So, to begin, for those who filter in, this is a casual Team Lore Keeper lore stream. If for some reason I am not audible, I have either muted myself or I am just like listening PM. So yes. Also, hello Grim. Hello Purple. I think I still have notifications turned off. At some point I'll turn them back on. However, this is very much so casual Natlan stream. So we're just having fun. Also, graphic design is my passion. I decided to put 4 of my favorite books onto the overlay. And then of course, the interesting characters TM. Currently, I believe Leah is going to be pulling for Kanich, and then Rue and Owlet are currently like AFK. So, but yes, happy 4th anniversary to Genshin Impact, and I hope you guys are doing well. It's Genshin, Leah, and Ayaka's birthday all at once. Yes. Is that Paranaria as one of the books? Yes, it is. Actually, I didn't even think Roosevelt was actually going to be Arlecchino. So the fact that she's Arlecchino is kind of funny. Also, because it is Genshin Impact's 4th anniversary, definitely be sure to check your mail so you can get this cute little guy. Speaking of which, I should read this. A tiny life form that emerged from a flame within the shell. A shell. There is something quite endearing about its over-reliance on the shell it found protecting it at the moment it gained its sentience. Perhaps it feels secure in this closed-up world. After all, when its eggshell is completely enclosed, it reigns supreme in its own little universe. It is said that in ancient times, the primal fire burned with a similar life force. Here's some lore to just log in. So... Also, definitely let me know about audio levels, if everything sounds good, things of that nature. Everyone's currently just deafened and muted, so. Yes, it's just, you know, a really cute gadget. Even if you're not actively playing Genshin Impact right now, just get the little gadget. I'm debating on a name for it though. It's very baby. Oh, but yes. I'll ask it periodically, either through text in the chat or just asking directly if we're not in deep conversation, or discussion. If my audio is wonky or if the music's too loud or too soft, to just let me know so I can adjust it accordingly. And I really appreciate that. Also, I apologize in advance if for some reason that like there's an outage of any kind, because this hurricane has been not friendly. What did you name your dog? My dog? What do you mean?
The puppy, the Saurian.
Oh, so originally I probably should have named it Littlefoot from like Land Before.
Wait, Kiryu. I want to suggest that we have this conversation when everyone's here so we can all talk about it, if that's okay, because I think it could be fun.
Okay.
Unless you want to talk about it now, you can go.
Oh no, it's fine. We can wait.
I think it would be fun.
Also, definitely don't forget to get the cute little dragon, and we also should definitely talk about its description.
Oh yeah.
Gosh. Oops. I do. Once everyone's here, I will have to. I think everyone will be giving 07s to you forever for missing Sumeru's birthday. like the birthday cake.
No,
That's so
no.
unfortunate. I am so sad for you. I wish I wish we could all.
Forgotten. Just like Rukatavada.
Yep.
Deal. I will be right back. I said I would be right back, and then I didn't actually be right back, so I will be right back. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a very chaotic. Hold on. The cake. So, for every year you log in, you get a cake of the like current region that we are quote unquote in. So you had Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Sumeru, but unfortunately Leah did not log in, so did not get Sumeru birthday cake. And this year is Fontaine, and it's very cute, and I can't wait to get it in X amount of months. So yeah, it's one for every single year that you successfully log in. Because even if I'm feeling down, I will log in to get my cake because it's just so cute. But how are you, Mui? I hope everyone's comfy. Maybe have either a snack or something to keep them hydrated. So wait, since this is a dragon lo-fi, I actually kind of want to go to... I've been to Dragonspine in so long. Oh right, I got that cake. Yeah, it's really nice. I love little collectibles. It's very... Stop! Okay, so I actually wanted to go to Dragonspine just because I wanted to go around the world. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, hold on. I must stay in Natlan because now we must go to every single region. Going to log in just for that? No, seriously, even if you don't feel like logging in, because mind you, logging into gacha games can be very, very taxing when you have a lot going on. So the fact that they have customized this, I've already gone to Dragonspine, and I will happily see it again, but I need to look at other regions as well. So okay, that was Dragonspine. I need to go to somewhere in Fontaine where I am just now noticing that Rue is up there on top of that with official.
Hello, I'm back.
Yes. We should go to Dragonspine.
Dragonspine?
Also, hello, I'm joining now. It's me, Roosevelt.
Hello, Roosevelt.
Welcome! Hi, Roos.
Hey, Leah, if you can find me, I have a surprise for you. If you can find
for me? What's the surprise? Oh! Oh! There's a chest!
It's a chest!
How do I get there?
Treasure!
Hello?
Treasure.
How'd you get up there?
I climbed up there.
How?
Just, like,
like this?
Like what?
Like this.
Like this. This is how... See, Mona is at the top now.
Up here.
I'm not good at hardcore parkouring. What is...
Hardcore parkour? I just walked up here. What do you mean?
Maybe it's a skill issue.
Oh,
Leah.
no.
No!
Okay. Wait till Alec gets here. But... Okay. Rue? You... Okay. Okay, you're Aether. Okay. We should go to Dragonspine. You must...
Can I...
Do you want to do your Kinich pools first in Natlan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do your Kinich pools. I will say a next official because Mona and official together will protect the world.
I was gonna switch to albedo if we're going to dragon spawn.
Oh, you're.
Ooh, let's go.
Can I be albedo?
Oh my gosh, Rue's albedo. Albedo.
I'll be subject to albedo. Okay, actually, I can be venti if you want, but albedo's like.
Oh my gosh, Mona,
Clench
albedo,
his
venti. Oh my god, Bennett.
Just
Albedo
in
has
case I
become
die
Bennett.
a lot. It's lore accurate.
Okay.
Albedo is
Sorry to make you guys wait. I'm ready now.
the absolute love of my life.
Welcome, welcome. Where's where's Leah?
The science canopy.
You're gonna need to be more. Where?
Near the obsidian
Okay.
thing.
I'm like, are you
Oh,
below?
Right. I need
Curious
to
to
join
that.
you
Okay.
guys.
Let me know if there's any like volumes I need to adjust. I will definitely adjust them. Like if
Sorry,
someone's too loud
chat.
or if someone's too quiet.
Everyone sounds perfect.
Okay.
You're perfect.
I will be quiet, TM.
No. I turned your volume down. I have you at 200%, Kiryu.
Yeah, you have a very ASMR voice. You have to be turned up.
Oh my goodness, it's Xiao too.
Oh my god, you have it!
Color palette wise.
Will this help you pull, or should I put him away?
You should leave him out. He's very he's a gamer. We should always have gamers out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's literally a gamer.
He's a gamer, so
Theme. Okay. Yeah, I'll pull real quick.
okay. I am going to watch Leah pull and get him on their
Genshin,
first
Jesus Christ.
ulti.
It's gonna be C2 in the first 10 pull, guaranteed.
Yep.
What is my history even?
Wait, what if
Wait.
C6 in first 10?
Hey,
Like-
let's go.
It could happen, technically.
It could.
Oh my gosh. See, it could technically happen, yes. Like that one legendary pull of someone getting 5 stars in a multi. It was like 3 Ganyus, like a Chi-Chi, Mona, and Jean, I think.
Some people are just more loved by God than others.
Actually, I think
Okay.
that's 6.
I'm gonna start. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh my god, there he is.
Alright. No streamer luck this time.
Easy.
It's happened too many times to me. I just get the most lucky pulls, so this is probably going to be hard pity. Lost 50-50 again.
Oh my god.
No, I believe
I got
you.
C6 Chi-Chi trying to get one single Kinich, so I don't know. I think he'll be fine.
Manifesting Spider-Man for you.
Pull a Linny from last year. That was just crazy.
Well, when you used Linny's E, I got Furina, and then when you did something with Novelet, wait, it was something, but the magic does work. It does work. Maybe we just have to use our skills in game.
Coping.
Like
what was that? Was that 40 or 50?
40 question mark? I
I'm
can't
not counting.
count.
Just
I
keep
don't know
pulling.
math.
I can't count, so sorry. I'm useless.
Me neither, actually.
I didn't have Chevreuse.
You have Chevrolet.
Oh, nice.
Chevrolet. Oh my god. Homa, respectfully, stop.
No.
Okay.
There he is. There he is. Look, there he is. There he is.
C2.
Please?
C2.
C2.
C2 Kanish.
That's not Kinish.
That's Kanish. It's Kanish.
No. It's gonna be freaking Chi-Chi.
Oh my god, it's Kanish!
Yo, let's go.
It's Kanish.
One secured.
Fuck everyone
I
who's
have
lucky.
him. I have my gamer boy.
You have the gamer. You'll get another gamer.
I pulled the gamer.
Gamer.
Now you can game for real.
Okay,
At
I'm
last.
just curious. Will I get... What the fuck does this mean?
So when you don't get rid of your items, you quite literally cannot have more items. So the game nerfs you from pulling. So you have to level
until you
things.
Clear out your weapon inventory.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I mean, you just
think
have to-
6 slots left. Yeah.
You can just level up any artifact. then you'll be fine.
Like level anything, I guess.
Yeah, it's just any artifact or weapon. It'll just clear up inventory space. So just pick something that isn't. Yeah.
Something
You
in there.
got the gamer. I
And
have
now
been
it's time
seeing.
to farm for him.
I have no. I have been seeing nothing but interesting fan art of the gamer. So all the Shao girlies are now on Kenichi, and it's very
Oh,
very
gosh.
cute
As
to
they
see.
should be. As they should be. I love Kenichi. Okay.
I love him. He's so bland. I love him.
You literally
Like,
said
I
love.
say that like with the most love in my heart because I love super
It's-
deadpan, like straight face characters.
It's so funny because you really like the way that I interpreted that was really like he's so bland. He is such a man, but I love that for him. Like he's
I
just
love
that's
that
such
for
a.
him.
I love that for him.
Like you come up to him and he's just like, "Hey,"
Hey,
and you ask him a question, he's like, "Yeah."
this is so cursed. I do not want to roleplay as Kenichi in this disrespectful manner.
Did you guys notice that his like claymore is like actually unique?
Yes,
Oh
it's
yeah,
it's a
his
gamer
treasure pack is really cool.
it's a gamer
tried-
claymore.
I tried using that like in a fight against something a couple of days ago, and I missed every single time.
Amazing.
It's so bad. Like by the time you wind up to do his little fucking toss, the enemy just moves and he does no damage with it.
Well, if it makes
How
you
am I
feel
supposed
any
to
better,
use
when
this?
you use his like grappling, when you use his spider webs and you like plunge, you don't take any damage, to my knowledge.
I think
Really?
there might be a limit, maybe
I think
how
it's
far you fall.
Kenichi mains will have to completely verify that statement, but I know for a fact he does not take fall damage when you're using something of his
He
skill.
doesn't take. Yeah, like when you E and then you just kind of like let yourself fall, he doesn't take fall damage, but at the same time I have seen a video of someone do that off of the Jade Chamber and they did die. So there might be like a like time that you're immune, but I don't think it's like forever. But I also haven't thrown him off of the Jade Chamber because I don't want him to die. So
I am reading
cannot
a
verify.
message.
Understandable.
I'm reading a message from my chat that says like honorary anime boy, and I'm assuming that means Kenichi.
Aren't they all technically anime
We're
boys?
in like a very anime style game.
Also, very quickly, can we go to Dragonspine?
Yes, I'm already teleporting. I'm going to Albedo's
going to
cave
Dragonspine?
as we
What?
speak.
All right.
I don't know where in Dragonspine you wanted to go, but I'm going here first.
I'm going by the frostbearing tree. Well, not the frostbearing tree. Where you went to. Also, notice your friend.
What friend? What friend?
So you know the little baby dragon.
Oh, they get covered up. Oh, that's so cute.
Wait, where?
So the
Oh my
baby
God, the egg
dragon
has
that you have,
ears on it.
I believe it has unique customizations depending on where you go, or depending the weather. So here in Dragonspine, it hides in its shell. I have not tested in rain or like
That's so cute.
underwater if that even does.
Oh
But
my
yeah.
God.
Oh
This
my
is
God. Wait, that's really cute.
Oh my God.
I was not the biggest fan of the way that it normally sits, just kind of like floating in its shell with you, but this is adorable.
This is so cute. No, that's oh my God.
He's just
I didn't
hiding, and
even
then like
know we
zoom in
had
on him
this.
and his big ass eyes. Oh my God.
This is so funny to me. I'm so
Cute.
sorry. Looking at characters and then immediately looking at Kenichi's face is so hilarious because he does not want to be here at all.
It's not here.
This man has one thing on his mind, and it's not here.
And it's fairness or something.
Also,
Balance.
my apologies. I know this is a Natlan lore discussion stream, and I deviated us to Dragonspine.
No, it's fine. I
But-
mean, look at the Natlan lore right here. It's so cute little baby thing.
Also, this is Dragonspine, and dragons are
Yeah.
appropriate.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a
Mhm.
blessing in disguise.
Wait, whoever's little dragon is, don't move because I zoomed in on yours because I can't zoom in on mine and center it. It's so cute.
Also, Leah, have you read the description for your little?
Not yet. Should I read it?
I mean, we can read it whenever. Well, I guess, how would we like to begin? First and foremost, since this is an Natlan lore discussion stream, do we want to just start with like general discussion? Do we want to jump immediately into Archon quests or world quests, or how would we feel most comfortable?
We can talk about maybe what interests us, or maybe if chat has like any questions or things they want to bring up from the Archon quest.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, just keep in mind that I don't think any of us have done all of the world quests and stuff fully yet. I feel like none of us have done.
I've done all the world quests.
Shut up, Katie.
Oh my god.
Be one of us. Stop being on top of the lore.
Yeah, I've done the People of the Springs tribal quest. I did one world quest with the Children of Echoes, but otherwise it's just been the Archon quest for me, just because I have so much going on at the moment.
I've been trying to keep up. I think I'm making pretty good progress, but it's still not everything.
Let's see. I've completed the Archon quest. I've done 4 specific world quests that I really do like and would like to talk about. There's also, unfortunately, I have not even touched the tribal quests yet, but I feel once I get around to them, it'll be interesting. Otherwise, it's just been exploration.
So, Kiryu, about the tribal quests, I kind of want to explain them in a way that isn't going to spoil anything, because I was curious about like what the difference would be between like those and world quests and character quests. It sounds like they're replacing character quests for Natlan, but for like a very important reason. I actually think that this new format of quests is something that Natlan has been doing like really well with, because they're voiced like character quests, but instead of focusing specifically on one character, it is about like the tribe they belong to as a whole. It's really interesting because you learn a lot about the world building choices Hoyoverse is making by playing them.
That's really interesting. I like that because I have been curious as to each tribe's lore. And then I also, like, for me specifically, I am the most interested in Masters of the Nightwind. So I would look forward to doing their quest. Oh my goodness. Jump scare.
Sorry about that. That was my door.
Yeah, so I really like them. I want to do Kinich tribal quest next because, well, Kinich. And also
so
because
good.
I've heard it's amazing, yeah.
It's really good.
I also heard
I do also love the format of these new quests so much, because like some of the things that I really didn't like about like a fair number of the character quests previously is that many of them did not focus on the character at all. They didn't bother, and it was just like an NPC quest that happened to feature the character, which was pretty annoying, right? But these ones, like, they have 2 short parts that are basically like about the NPCs that are involved, so there's like a reason for them to be there, and then it highlights the playable character in part 3, which is longer. And it's like, it's so nice. It actually has like reasonable build up for the NPCs and like development, and then the character is also there in like an explainable way, so it's not forced to.
Yeah, like I understand why they write quests like that. Like for example, I'm thinking of Venti's quest and some other characters, but Venti's quest specifically, they were attempting to draw parallels between Venti and Stanley, and that's like one way that Hoyo tends to like write their character quests, where even though it's like it's an NPC story, it's supposed to reflect on the character in some way, but at the same time, it's like
spend time with Venti in that one.
Yeah.
At least
like,
Venti was present.
Yeah, if you're like paying, like, I don't know, if you're playing a character story for that character, and even if you're like learning about them through an NPC, it's like you probably don't really want to be like interacting with the NPCs that much, even if like the narrative is like serving like a little purpose.
Like, I'm thinking of stuff like Yolan's quest, for example, where she's just like not even in it. It's not about her, she doesn't matter. Versus like something like Venti's, which is like you're not necessarily learning that much about him, but at least he's there, and like you're seeing his interactions with other people.
Thinking about Mona's story quest, and how we are with Mona. Also salivating at the idea of Venti story chapter 2 albedo chapter, because like mind you, albedo is just standing man emoji as if he isn't one of the most, if not the most important characters in Genshin Impact lore.
Yeah.
Just standing man
Oh my
emoji.
God.
He's like, man,
I am waiting for him.
I definitely will sketch this. All right, I'm finished researching this. Anyway.
Back to Dragon
Ooh.
Spine. Sketch.
Also,
Okay.
the tribal quests like make you feel like an anthropologist. Like, as someone who did major in anthropology for my undergrad majors, my degree, I really appreciate, like, I don't know, they put more of a focus on like the people and the culture, and I think that's really interesting.
So
So
I will say, Grim made an interesting comment in my chat how I'll hate them's was worse than Yelan's in their opinion, because I'll hate them knew everything from the beginning. I personally, like, I don't mind that, like, I'll hate them just knowing everything from the beginning because shrug. But, and I was interested in, like, because his story quest was very dark, but it definitely leads into, this was absolutely just an NPC quest, and I'll hate them was just there because he didn't actually need to be there.
Yeah.
So, like
I don't mind learning about the NPCs, and a lot of them are really well written and interesting. I just don't want that marketed as a character quest. Like, I don't mind. Like, I love them. Like, Shuryi, for example, in Yelan's quest, like, great. What an interesting storyline. It's just like, but this isn't a character quest, though. This should have just been a world quest.
It's okay. In the future, we can have a tier list over best and worst story quests for Genshin Impact.
we should do like a tier list stream. That would be really funny.
Like, I will say, the thing about Alhatham's quest, I liked how it, the concepts discussed in it.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, I thought that was very good. And
yeah,
I mean, it's not like, I think it would kind of feel weird if we like actually got any closer to Alhatham, because I think he just doesn't really care enough to share anything about himself.
I mean, respectfully, they could like keep that thing away from me, but like I do appreciate the idea, like you mentioned, the very, very dark like subject matter that was covered in his quest, and also just I think it was just appropriate. Like it's fitting. But I think there are, you know, it's one of those things where I would hope that they just continue to improve on, because I have been listening to those who have been going through the like tribal the Natlan quote unquote story quests, and some prefer them the way that they're formatted, others not. So I'm really curious to experience for myself how things are.
Yeah, I don't know. I think good. They have my endorsement.
Yeah, I like the format. Really off topic, but I just noticed that Kiryu's idol is like pulling up a freaking Pokedex.
Yeah,
it's so cute.
He's a gamer.
It's a
Pokedex. There's never a moment where he cannot game.
He must be gaming at all times. I just I wanted to share with you guys, this is a comment from my chat from earlier when you were saying about how his face looks like he doesn't want to be here, with AJ saying he looks like a how keeps him up at night.
Yeah, because his eyes
I can see that.
His eyes look the most bloodshot, quite literally, like he just
looks so dead inside.
He is like, there are 4 characters here. I mean, there's his doppelganger. I feel in any situation, Kenichi is not even, he is looking so far away. He is not paying attention to anything that is happening.
Okay, hear me out. Wait. Owlet, can you come here and sit next to me?
I joked though.
Oh shit. Where do I go? Where am I going?
Just sit next to me. I'm sorry, no. Stand here. I want to compare their expressions.
Oh.
Okay. So, these are 2 characters that have like something on their head that is slightly obscuring their eyes. Wait, I can't see. I feel like Kenichi's eyes look like that because 1, they're like very striking and they have like the red highlights. And 2, because the headband is like putting a shadow over the top of them, so they look like darker than they normally would. They have like, I don't know, they're like
Yeah, it
actually
is like right
obscured.
in his eyes,
Yeah.
the headband.
Yes,
Yeah.
he looks tired. Wake up.
Sino looks a
Mhm.
bit more neutral because even though like his hair covers one eye, I think his other eye is like pretty exposed actually.
Yeah, yeah, you can really see it. Also, like, I don't know, I guess this is we've all done the Archon quest, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess maybe Kanicha's dead stare is also connected to just the fact that he's like 500 years of history
Yeah.
on the brain.
Unrelated. I'm not even trying to make this a joke. I genuinely thought on his right pant leg, I thought that was like the Minecraft axe. I'm not even joking.
Oh my god!
I
Wait, where?
like on his right pant leg, I thought that was like supposed to be an axe or something, but it's not. It just looks like an X.
I swear to God.
Oh yeah, I guess from the front it kind of looks like the sword maybe, or the axe. I don't know. I played Minecraft for like a couple of days.
Walker had a Minecraft sword recently. Luca.
Oh my god. Yup. Oh my goodness. I can't stand his the design of his like little necklace or whatever is going on at the front of him because it just looks to me like the Google logo, another redesign.
I don't.
It does look like it says goo.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it says Ugu.
Oh.
Ugu.
No, I'm going
I'm
over
like-
here.
Like it's that's the
No.
new Google logo.
No, it's the Ugu logo.
Oh my god.
Okay. I will say from
Don't
the
leave
Archon
me.
quest, I did not have I was relatively indifferent towards Mualani in terms of because like I just assumed she was going to be, you know, happy girl, and like there's nothing wrong with that at all. I just didn't think that they were going to really do too much with her.
Mhm.
I really appreciate that they highlight how sympathetic and compassionate she is because of how determined she was to save Kachina. I really appreciated that. I thought it was really endearing that even though, you know, they had to weigh so many options as to the looming threat that is Natlan, she would not at any point back down and not like she wanted to risk so much to bring Kachina back, and I personally just really appreciate that. It was just really endearing, and it was just so good.
I did like her quite a lot too. She's like a character who doesn't, I don't know, it feels like she feels very complete and not in need of any development. Just like she's so what's a word?
On top of
She's already
everything.
set in her like convictions and
Mhm.
has like her strong opinions and everything, and she just kind of like knows who she is and the things that matter to her. It's like that was actually really nice too. Has everyone done her quest? The People of the Spring stuff?
I have
No,
not,
I did.
unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
But
Cool. No worries.
I wanna add to that. I really like the way you say that, Owlet, and thank you for reminding me that not everyone has done that because I feel like if I talked about her, I might accidentally talk about her quest. But just thinking purely about the Archon quests, I really like the direction they took with Kachina's like disappearance and
Yes.
how Mualani responded to that. And also like Mualani lost 2 people so quickly, and I like how they handled her character because she's like one of those characters that is really, I guess you can call him like a Genki character, like very like
Genki
energetic,
girl,
upbeat. Yeah, she's like super upbeat and like happy, and I feel like that can play a lot into like cliche tropes, but I felt like they made her like very down to earth and realistic with how she handled things. I thought
Yeah.
she was just like a refreshing take on that kind of character. It
Mhm.
really reminds me of Yoimiya because Yoimiya is
Yes.
similar.
And that's something I actually really like that you mentioned because with this very colorful cast of characters, I really like how there are like you have characters that do not have it all together and you have characters that do. Like they don't really need anything. They're just like, yep, this is who I am. I know what I'm about. There's nothing else here anyway. And I think that's really nice. I really like that with Mualani. And I'm not saying like, you know, every character's, you know, like that. Her, Yoimiya, I feel actually I would need to like actually analyze and go through characters that I think which I don't want to deviate too much, but I just really like that about her. And like you said, Leah, I do feel like it is refreshing to see someone who is just about their convictions and confidently so.
She was quite likable, shockingly, because generally, like, I mean, I kind of like disagree that I wouldn't call her upbeat necessarily, but she's definitely a very positive character. And generally, I like really don't care for the like, yeah, we can do it, we can get through this type of shit. It's kind of annoying, but with her, it actually made sense because like not only is she somebody who's already like super competent and powerful and has proven herself multiple times to be like a strong character that can actually like follow through with her convictions, but
No, I
yeah.
completely agree. Like, I think sometimes with these tropes of characters, and there's actually a comment in my chat similar about this. Like some energetic characters can be hiding like a lot of like sad thoughts behind their high energy, and I feel like Mulani's just like not really like that. I feel like Owlet described it so perfectly earlier that she's just like already set in her convictions, and she like understands her strengths and like what she needs to do, and how she needs to do it. And I appreciate that she's willing to fight for like what matters to her. Like I just feel like she's well grounded, and that's where her energy comes from, because she wants to genuinely protect everything she has.
Yeah, and it's not like kind of she's not like idealistic in a way, because she kind of like, yes, she wants the like best ending, but at the same time she like actually has the power to achieve it, which makes her really different from a lot of other like Genki characters.
I feel like Amber and Barbara are kind of like characters where I feel like they're also very like upbeat and happy, but I feel like they're more self-doubting, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Underneath it, like just to compare, I feel like, you know, Yoimiya and Mulani are different because their strength comes from inside them. They're very confident in their abilities, and like they know what they want to do with their lives, and they just like act with like an open heart. I really appreciate that.
I also want to say this is completely unrelated, but there have been 2 or 3 times while we're discussing Mualani and that Kenichi will do his idol and like swat Aha away, and Bennett will be getting hit by a rock, so it looks like Kenichi is smacking Bennett in the back of the head, and it just it's so unfortunate. Like it's happened 2 or 3 times. At some point I do want to highlight it and clip it, but it's going to be out of context. But
that's so good. Poor Bennett.
So wait, can I also just say, oh my god, Aha is like so noisy. I only just realized I should mute my game. He's just so.
My game is muted. Yeah, he's a yapper.
He's a yapaholic.
Oh.
Like I love him, but also like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. I am just trying to idle.
Very, very quickly. Leah.
Yes.
You should put Kenichi in your teapot.
Okay. That's ominous.
I'll do that later, but
yeah, that'll kick all of us out of the world, I think.
You guys could leave from. No, I can't actually go into edit mode, can I?
No, just as a reminder, I'll just remind you later. Okay. You should definitely put Kenichi in your teapot, just because there's some interesting lore TM. So.
Ooh.
I want the interesting lore.
And if we go into a certain topic, it makes me raise questions about Aha. But in any case,
okay.
So one topic that you guys started talking about, but Leah stopped. Oops, sorry. That Leah said we should talk as a group. What was the question? What did we name Orsarians?
Yes.
Just to get that out of the way. Sorry, just kidding.
Wait, here you go.
I'm sad. I wanted to name him Littlefoot, but I did not. I probably will. I will probably rename him that. Right now, his name is just Mocha because I could not think of anything.
That's cute.
That's
still cute.
Really cute.
Oh, that's emotional damage. Man, The Land Before Time like traumatized me as a kid.
Yeah,
I watched them a bajillion times over. I loved those movies.
I love Land Before Time,
Oh
but
my
it
God.
wasn't until immediately after I named him, I was like, oh, I should have named him Littlefoot.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
I still remember that number 7 was my favorite one because it had alien dinosaurs.
I may have been
Once
too
to
old for it
live.
at that time.
Oh, I watched them like way later on. I love dinosaurs.
Umin is in between two. Can you? Oh, I can't. I kind of thought you could push characters.
Maybe if they're just loading in or something, possibly. I think that's how people play Glee volleyball, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So what did everyone else name their little Saurian?
Mine-
Let's go
So,
next.
oh, who wants to go?
You do.
Okay. So I panicked when I got to that stage because I didn't realize I was supposed to name him, right? So I just named him John, like lowercase everything. John.
Get out of here.
And then because I figured like, oh, I can rename him. But then after doing all the quests and everything and just like how precious he is, I'm like, oh my God, John.
You
He's so
named
cute.
your
He's your little
Saurian.
John.
I can't believe you named your Saurian John Natlan. That's crazy.
Natlan.
John
Goodbye.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so just after
Brilliant.
seeing it used so much, it's like, no, that's his name now.
Oh.
It's like the stories have been written with his name, so I can't change it now.
Oh my goodness.
Mhm. Okay,
I just
Alan.
named mine Larvitar.
Larvitar.
That's so
Yeah.
precious. Stop. I love Larvitar. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
and
I'm
like-
by two
and like that one.
gamers who know about Pokemon. Let's go.
Wait, also, sorry, quick side note. Everyone here has discovered the little rest domain near the waterfall.
I
No.
haven't clicked it yet. No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I've been meaning to do it, but I saw the lit up thing and I was like, oh, it's probably a quest. And I think I kind of gleaned from like outside information that was the rest stop or whatever it is. And I'm like, oh, I'll get to it later. And then I like have never been to that area ever since.
So there's not much to spoil. It's just a place where you can go and hang out with your Saurian.
That's cool.
Oh my gosh.
So, I
That's
do
so
that-
cute.
I do that all the time.
So he just like kind of appears and you can like hang out with him
Yeah.
if you're near that spot. Oh, that's cute.
Mm-hmm.
That's really
Mm.
precious.
Wow. From this angle,
I-
Celestia looks super crisp. You were saying?
Yeah, it does. Oh, I named my Saurian. Okay, at first I tried to name him Little Ashtaha, but I can't put a space between
Oh.
Little and Ashtaha.
Mhm.
So I got sad and decided to not do that because I don't know, it felt scuffed. And then I tried just Ashtaha, and apparently our little Saurian feels like that's too much pressure, and that opened like a whole
Mhm.
can of worms. Like I was testing a few different names, and yeah, some names just flat out aren't available, like Ventis isn't, and then some names like associated with dragons are like the Sardonyx. Oh wait, that's why I named them Sardonyx. My Sardonyx.
Mhm.
The Saurians like it rejects it because it feels like the name has too much
It's too
pressure.
much pressure, yeah.
Like you can't live up to those expectations. Like Nouvelette and even Capacier.
Yeah,
into that.
Capacier
So interesting.
shocked me.
But yeah, I named my Saurian Sardonyx, which is like a type of gemstone, like mineral, and it looks just like it has the same color scheme, and it sounds like a Pokemon. So like I posted a photos of the gemstones in general if you wanna look. That's what
It's
that's
so
called.
cute. Yeah, kind of on my side account, I struggled for probably about 2 hours or something, trying to think of a name, but then at the same time, like testing out all of the random ones that I could think of. And yeah, there were like some weird things. Yeah, like the dragon characters, you generally can't name it after because it's too much pressure, but you can just freely and easily name it a pep.
Yep.
I can't
Which is
like,
weird. Which is weird.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
very weird. I think
And
that
like
was
I
like
think
a glitch or
Nibelung
something.
as well, you can name it as far as I remember, but you can't name it Kapatir because that's too much pressure. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So Raiden must have slain like a sovereign or something.
I'm like, that's a bird.
I. Oh, go ahead. My apologies.
Oh, there's also a really interesting name that apparently people tried. It was also rejected for being too much pressure. Tazraku, I think that's how you say it.
Oh.
Do you guys know who Tazraku is? Do you remember?
I can't read.
No.
Okay,
Blinks.
so Golden Apple Archipelago 2, Fischl stuff. It's the dragon from Fischl's story. Which I find very interesting because that's a very specific reference.
That is a very specific reference.
Like it's one of those references where like a very small percentage of people would even register this. I'm obsessed with Fischl, so it makes sense that like I would be like, wow.
Of course, as you should be.
Anyway, I thought that was fun more.
Squints.
Not a pep though. I'm still molding about that. I'm like,
Yes.
I can't get over it.
So, Taras, like Tarask, because I think it's French mythology, correct? Or is it? Because the way that it's spelled, it looks French.
Tarask, right?
I'm pulling up the wiki. I'll post. So it appears in another. Oh, maybe it's also. Wait, maybe it's also in Minor. Oh, I'm actually. My brain is kind of soup. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
But
same.
Because I think it's they rearranged some letters from its inspiration.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Tarasku is a creature from French mythology, but it's Tazraku, Genshin.
Okay.
Oh, if it's French, it should be Tazrak, I think.
Yep.
Oh, well, I can't pronounce anything. Everyone.
That's okay. Neither can I.
Say squirrel in German.
So,
Sorry, Germans.
Katie.
They're always making fun of me for trying to say the Prinzessin der Verurteilung.
Prinzessin. I personally love when people in videos or shorts will say Fischl, Fischl German word is a character from Genshin Impact. I'm trying to see. So before I forget, which world quests have we done that do not involve the reputation quests?
I've only done the one, the Children of Echoes, that involves. Let's see.
I've only.
It was a yellow place. I'll say that.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm there. I'm there.
Not done those ones.
I'm there. So true. I will just be here because it's a very. Listen, it is me. It is me because I am closer.
I'm on my way for spoilers.
Every moment.
That looks weird. The only ones that I've done that are not reputation ones are the People of the Springs ones. The two that the one with the lady with the back pain. She tells you pretty quickly she has back pain, so I don't know if that's a spoiler.
Oh,
that's not a spoiler.
She's me.
Have you been here then? Is this a spoiler?
Yes, it is. I have never seen
Oh my gosh.
before.
Listen, all you have to do is just not look and don't think about it, and don't worry.
You're so right.
Yeah,
You're
it's just
so right.
it's not going to be here.
I honestly, my brain has been fully off playing everything, so like I'm staring at this and I'm like, if you guys are expecting me to like, I don't know, be shocked or something, like my brain is off. I am making no connections.
Wait, there's nothing to connect here at the moment.
Yeah, there isn't. So it's
Okay.
just kind of.
Can I like grapple across the squares or will I die?
I will say nothing. I mean, I'm not dying and I'm walking.
I'm good.
So it should be fine.
I'm fine. Yes. If a capybara comes out of somewhere and kills me, I swear to God.
Oh yeah.
Because I do.
Capybaras would totally be here.
Because I do not have
see that.
Kinij, I only have Cloud Retainer, so I have to cope in terms of exploration. But I don't even think I can get there with Cloud Retainer because of.
Albedo can't set his stupid Isotoma down. I actually have to swap.
Not
Oh,
stupid
no.
Isotoma.
Guys, I think you can just walk.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
pretty
can't you
sure-
just... Because I was able to, like, climb the little ones. Like, I'm not sure if it, like... Does it stop you? Oh, no, okay. He was stepping over something. That's why it worked. Never
There's some
mind.
carving on here.
Mm-hmm.
I never noticed that before.
There was
so-
some juicy lore
Yeah.
here that I really appreciated, and it just makes me... I can't go, because then Alan will know
lore.
TM.
Oh,
I
I'm
literally,
sorry.
I can't.
I can leave for a little bit if you
No,
guys
no,
want to
it's
discuss
fine.
it. That's totally fine.
Oh no. I don't want to say that there's nothing to discuss, because there is stuff to discuss, but I honestly would even need to refresh myself, because I feel like I did it and I was absorbing information, but my brain was just being overwhelmed with like the
Ooh.
artifact lore and the weapon lore. So like,
Pucker up and kiss my feet, peasants.
How'd you
Oh.
get up there?
You
I
can walk here, by
Grappled.
What?
oh my gosh, that looks so intimidating.
How do you walk up there?
There's
Well,
just a
you just-
gamer on top of that alone.
the way. Just
I
follow
don't think
the
that's
path.
appropriate.
There's a little path.
There's
Is
a
there
path? Oh, I just grappled. I have no clue.
Oh no, I don't
Oh,
know
wait.
about up there.
Uh.
Oh no.
I guess we could just have another lore talk once we're more caught up on the quests. Yeah, I was hoping to get them all done before the update, and I guess there's maybe a bit of a chance. Because I'm trying to save the Children of Echoes one for when Chulonin comes out and then do that.
Yeah.
But I do still have the Scions of the Canopy like world quest to
I need to do that one as well. I wanted to do it this
Yeah.
weekend, but I just have no time. I have like a million music projects
Mm,
under my
Ooh,
belt.
suffering
that's
from
exciting.
success.
Suffering from success.
One thing I did want to talk about, there's two things actually. So, you guys know like Urban Soul Connection is kind of like Wi-Fi network.
Yes. Ooh,
You
can we
know
talk
how,
about the
like-
Night Kingdom?
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think so. It's part of the quest, right?
Mhm,
Yes.
So, what I wanted to say is that so Natlan characters needing like a blessing from the wild to like leave Natlan and like not be affected by like the change in ley lines is really interesting, and there's like a funny analogy I have for it. I want to know if you guys agree with this. Because it's like the ley lines are so like shallow in Natlan that like when Natlan characters like travel somewhere else, it like affects their like memories and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And it's like they need the blessing of the Wyob in order to like not be affected by that, and the Wyob don't give that blessing out very often. And I think it's because like their resources are limited, so it's kind of like if you want to
Limited
travel
bandwidth.
outside of Natlan, you need to buy like an international data SIM card
Yeah,
in order
basically.
to have
You need
connection.
an eSIM, but
Wait, so I actually have some conflicting thoughts on this whole issue about why people can't leave, and it's a
Uh-huh.
little contentious. May I
Uh-huh.
share?
oh,
Yes.
of
Okay,
course.
so I mentioned that, well, Kiryu, we briefly talked about this one book or scroll that we can find in Natlan. So it's called Hanan Pacha.
Yes, I have the
So
entirety
it's-
of it.
Yeah, so and they say like, oh, there's no basis to this. This is all like fantasy, nonfiction. But in the story, they do say that early Natlan people were forbidden to basically eat any food from Natlan, because then they would be bound to the rules of Natlan,
Yep.
and they could only drink the water and eat fish because that's the domain of Egeria, since everything it comes from the source water.
Ooh.
Yes.
So
So it's like hell.
yeah, so in the book, there's a figure who tricks the Natlan people into drinking alcohol that came from Natlan, and thus they were bound to the rules of Natlan. So it could be entirely fiction, but I feel like that's such an interesting narrative, especially since there's such a contrast between like being under someone's rules and laws and being under their protection. Although that's
on.
not exclusive of each other, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. I have two things to say that. One,
Yeah.
it sounds like the exact opposite of what's happening in Fontaine, where like the climate only affects Fontainians, but instead it's like if someone comes to Natlan and they like I guess consume this alcohol that's from Natlan, they are suddenly underneath Natlan's like rules. It's really interesting to think about. It also reminds me of like this conundrum we have with the Abyss sibling, where we don't know if they're actually from Teyvat or not, or if like the Abyss sibling was written into Teyvat's like Irminsul, or if like the Traveler was written out of it or something. Like we don't know the truth at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can speculate, I think, like safely, but we don't know for sure what the truth is. It's directly contradicting itself, and it's like Teyvat
And-
has its own laws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's what because we were discussed it briefly, but it's one of those things where records of Hanan Pacha, similarly with Paraneri, where with Paraneri it was written to be worked over multiple times. Like it's an anthology that's been revised so much. And then records, specifically historians, like it states that historians have based that this specific text is not based on historical fact. But the issue is when you read it, there are multiple points that are correct and that are like what exist. So of course you have ancient texts that have information, then you have other just short stories. You do have ancient texts that are exaggerated in some ways, but you can't completely dismiss it because there actually is information in there that is credible. So it's one of those things where, like, I don't know, I feel Natlan's I'm just conflicted with a lot of its information.
And here's the thing: the thing about the best lie has a bit of truth in it, sort of
Yes.
thing. But
Mhm.
also,
Mhm.
did you guys do the web event for the anniversary?
Not yet.
Yes, I think I know exactly what you're about to talk about because I screenshot that and I said you are not slick, Hoyover.
Okay, and
Wait.
you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Spoil me.
So
Kiryu?
So when you're going through, I don't remember if it was Sumeru or if it was like Fontaine possibly. I can't remember exactly. I just did it like a few hours ago. But there is a specific point that says ancient texts have truth to them. Hold on. I'm actually gonna pull it up because I screenshot it. I want to read it directly.
While you're looking for that, I just want to share this gem from my chat.
Where is it?
Can't leave without a blessing, so the children Murata bought the family plan.
Okay. Okay, yes, it was in Sumeru. So it reads for me. On December 12, 2022, you reach reputation level 10 in Sumeru. The residents of the forest and desert are grateful for your contributions. Among its pages lie over the course of this year's journey, you've collected a total of 37 books. Among its pages lie ancient tales, some true and some false. Have you and Paimon finished reading them all? And so, where is it? Oh my gosh, I don't know if I didn't put it in the lore keepers in our chat, but that to me just screamed like, oh, so yeah, this is ancient texts do like some are true, some are false, but
They're really teasing us here.
yeah.
Mhm.
And so it's like, because Hoyoverse knows what they're doing, I can't dismiss that. So even though that there's a note that says historians root that this tale is not based on historical fact, I can't completely agree with that, because when you read records of Hanan Pacha, multiple multiple passages are true. Like it just
I also
is
can't
true.
agree with that, with any of them being false, just based on like a game creation perspective. Because
Yeah.
like, why
Yeah.
the fuck would they ever bother making fake shit up and putting
Well,
it into the game? Like
okay.
usually, like everything has a meaning, even if it's like really vague.
I agree, but
So otherwise-
counterpoint, I think they would make up fake bullshit to hide among the real bullshit.
This
I mean,
is true.
If
in
that
that,
makes
yeah, I
sense.
guess like in that case, it still serves a purpose though.
It
Please
does.
get me off my
It definitely does. Like, okay, I actually have a specific example for this.
Thank you.
If you open, oh my god, I did not open my archive. I opened my inventory. I am so scattered. But like, if you go to your archive and look at what book is this? It is. Where is it? Book? It's like a historical book that talks about something in Mondstadt, and it's like written by a historian, and I think it's the biography of Gunhilder. Actually, is that in your inventory? It might be.
It might be. I will say
Um,
on this note, oh wait, you continue. Sorry.
Yeah, so basically, the biography of Gunhilder is written in a really interesting way because it's like by some historian that did like a lot of research, and it admits inside of the book that like there might be some history like inconsistencies because like they don't have all the information. I think that's super interesting because I do think that like a lot of the ancient records and like things that we read, like there's always some truths and some lies mixed in and like embellishments and stuff like that. And I really, really love this way that Genshin like tells their stories because like as a theory creator, as like someone that analyzes the lore, I think it's so fun to like basically figure out like what's true.
Mm-hmm. And
I think they do a really good job of. Sorry, it'll be pretty fast. I think they just do a really good job of having like the text to be appropriate from the perspective that it was written from as well, and like the like character almost who's writing it. Because yeah, like they obviously wouldn't necessarily have all of the information, so they're like doing their best. But yeah, I think they do a pretty good job of not having any text being kind of like having, I don't know, unnatural information or something that they wouldn't have access to.
Very quickly, there is a text that you get from who has done, I can't remember, I literally forgot who has done World Quest and who haven't.
I know which quest you're talking about already.
People of the Springs.
I've only done this one.
Okay, because there is a text that is living rent free in my mind, and I really want to talk about it.
Do you want to talk about it and I can like deafen or something?
To protect yourself, you could deafen if you would like. But yes, I just want to talk about it briefly before I firmly like try to articulate myself. So there is a text called, I'm gonna mispronounce these names, so I apologize, but it's the tale of, is it Kolor and Ukuku? This text just has me as like standing emoji because I feel it's way too just, hey, this is just a silly little world quest. There's nothing more to be spoken here. But for context, to TLDR this, the tale of Kolor and Ukuku basically tells of a celestial being named Kolor who descended from the sky, and she lost her star's power. And then she met a hunter named Ukuku who more or less like promised to help her search for her star fragments. But it turns out that he was actually lying, and he wanted to prevent her from leaving because she needed all of her star fragments to leave. And so
Isn't this just Stardust?
Yeah, I was like, why is this, like, the fact too that in the world quest you find a fragment of a star, and Paimon's like, wow, doesn't this look like an eggshell?
Ooh,
so
interesting.
I'm just like, sorry.
And the fact that finally they tied in information from the Natlan event we had a few patches ago.
I
like,
just,
that's crazy.
Like, I was just like, okay, this is, I'm like, oh, I love thinking about Simulanka in this time. But to me, you know, I do appreciate how they have these little cute one-off stories, haha. But also in the end where the hunter, like, eventually the celestial being, like Kolor, I apologize again for mispronouncing the name terribly, does return to the sky, and her father, specifically Sun Father, blinded the hunter who like fell in love with his daughter and prevented her from returning to this heavens. Like, I was just like, oh, we're just really going in here, huh?
Oh yeah, it's so good. And can I add another layer of to all of this?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember looking at that specific item thing and seeing a specific texture to it?
Yes, I did. I took so many. Sorry.
So you've heard about this? Like, this is like a real texture that exists. Like, it's like it's a thing specific to the real world equivalents. Wait, hold on. Owl, do you care if I like be less
Oh, it's
vague
fine.
or
It's fine. It's fine.
okay, so you see it distinctively in like real world meteorites. Like this is a pattern that's like if you see it, it's like, oh, that's a meteorite.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I put a link to it in the Disco
Yeah.
peruse.
I'm sorry, like
Oh.
I'm going to actively be following this world quest because it makes me so like it lives in my mind. I mean, many world quests and things, but yeah, I just
Oh,
thank you for
Yes.
letting me talk about it for just a little bit because I'm like I
Oh no,
really
I was like, is there a follow up? Did I miss a follow up or something? Or is that future? Can they please have a follow up,
I
please?
pray that they do. I really do.
Are there any world quests in Natlan so far that are not listed on the reputation pages?
I believe so. There are quite a few world quests. I
Okay.
feel like I would need to
Oh
go
no.
to
Oh yeah,
the.
there are. I've marked some down. My bad. That's a stupid question.
I
I just
feel.
haven't. I don't pick them up until I'm like ready to do them. But there's actually a bunch. Never mind.
I
I'm
feel.
silly.
No, you're fine. I feel like if you want to be completely to be aware, you would need to go to like the wiki and then see which ones or like any comfortable website that you feel that would list all the current ones or on the Oilverse page that they have for the patch notes.
Yeah.
But
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Oh,
My bad.
are
Are any
we
of
ready for Leah to come back?
yeah, I had also mentioned
yeah.
them in the
Yeah, because I was
Discord.
just curious whether this was one of the reputation like listed ones or if it's just like a different world quest that you pick up somewhere.
But yeah.
Okay, I've summoned, but no, Kiryu, I understand. I was playing that quest like just sweating, eyes completely peeled, just like
It's the definition of just tease because it's not even like a 10-minute quest. I was just like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, damn.
But yeah. And now there is a really good world quest that I don't think neither you nor Leah have done, but it's ooh, I really want to talk about it because I have theories. Sorry.
oh shit,
You
I
can
just
talk
realized
about anything. You can just kick us out.
while Leah was while we were talking, Leah got raided by Rin.
Oh, I
Oh.
see. I see. I see.
I see.
Hello, sorry, I got raided by Rin.
No, I just noticed
Betrayal.
that.
Yeah, no, I was talking to people that were coming in. I'm so sorry.
No,
No, you're
no.
fine. You're fine.
It's good they raided because it reminded me. Not only is it the anniversary of Genshin, it's also Leah's birthday. So happy birthday,
No,
Leah!
no.
Happy birthday, Leah.
No, my birthday was on
Happy
this.
birthday to you.
I think that song is copyrighted. I don't think we can sing it.
No, oh no,
Oh,
it
no.
expired. No, it expired.
I'm gonna get DMCA.
I wasn't gonna
Goodbye.
continue. I am
No,
back.
the song actually, the copyright expired like 3 years ago.
Oh.
Nice. So we
I
can just
know
sing
that.
Happy
Yeah.
Birthday to Leah every single day as she deserves.
Specifically so I can sing it to you.
Wait, Leah, can you come here? Can you see? Can you see this Saurian over here? Just
I have no
suffering.
idea where you are. Where are you? Which one? You're.
I am player 4.
Oh, this one that's just walking eternally into
What
the
the
cliff.
What
What
is
is this?
going
Is he
on?
okay? Why is he suffering?
Wait, he's walking backwards.
We should put him out of
he
his
was.
misery.
You are very eager to farm the niche. I see. I will unlock.
Yes.
I will unlock personally.
Like my soul doesn't want to hunt them, but I've been murdering them on site just to desensitize myself because I know they're in the abyss. I haven't done that yet. I have to get used to slitting their throats.
Oh my
For
god,
gems.
that's very violent. Also, Leah,
Someone. Yes.
very
yes.
quickly,
Uh-huh.
which wait, have you only done the
I've only done the yellow place one. Yes.
I am so sad. Okay, I want to talk about it with Rue at some point because there's a world quest I can't keep in anymore. So
You should totally talk about it. But
I will talk
just
about it
let
once
me
you're
know and
finished.
I'll deafen. But yeah, so someone in my chat just mentioned anyone else really like disliking Natlan so far? It has the worst region gimmicks and like uninteresting stories. So, I feel like there's some merit in a lot of the criticisms, like thrown Natlan's way. We were discussing this before the stream started too. So, I do think, like, I'll just answer how I feel about this real quick. I obviously can't speak for those like affected by like representation matters because like I'm not affected, so it's like really easy for me to like have oversight for these things. But like hearing all the criticisms like thrown Notland's way, like I really understand how it can be frustrating, and I really feel like they're trying to go for like this Ring of Fire region that just takes from a lot, like a lot of cultures, and mixing them up together has caused a lot of confusion in terms of representation as well. So yeah, I feel like things could have been managed better, and I don't know.
So, for me personally, I feel like I'm in a very conflicted state when it comes to exploring Natlan. It doesn't have the same feel that previous regions have. And to echo Leah's sentiment, I cannot nor will I speak up or over those who are directly affected. But I'm interested in the lore. But with that being said, I don't have an immediate passion to explore the region only because I feel just very conflicted about it in many, many ways.
Mm-hmm.
And it while I'm excited to explore new regions, it's not the same as if exploring just previous regions. So it's more so for me, I want to understand aspects of the story. It is version 5.0, so I'm hopeful for the future that things are a bit that either I don't necessarily want to say pick up, but it's not like right now what's happening in Natlan's story isn't as engaging to me. There are aspects of it that I'm very interested in regarding like the Night Kingdom, um, Fallen Dragon, and learning about the tribes themselves. But other than that, I haven't had like the energy or real desire to explore a lot. But that's just how
I
I
feel
feel.
similarly. Yeah. Like it's really weird because like when you've spent so many years in the same space, like all of your friends and community are here, and like it's like disappointing to like see things go down this way and like want to leave, but at the same time it's like it's really difficult to leave like everything you built behind, so there's that aspect of it as well.
Mhm. I gotta finish it. I've been here for years.
But I do think that you can consume media and also like be critical about it. Like you don't have to agree with everything that the media does. And I think if anything, like if you are here in the space and you're like playing this game and stuff, then at the very least you could be talking about its flaws and just have an open mind about like why people might feel badly about certain like how certain things have been handled. I think that's like I think that's, you know, a good way to look at it, at least for me.
I agree. Also, Leah, I am
Yes.
jumping next to a gamer. There
Are
is a
you?
chest.
Wait, where? What?
You
What?
must
Where?
find the astrologist and gamer jumping. You must
I
you
don't see
must
the gamer.
Leah, you have to go on a
We're
quest.
trying to give you money.
Where
you
are
must
you? Oh my
you
god.
must find the jumping astrologist and gamer.
Wait, can I also just say, just from like from a very strict lore perspective, one thing about Natlan that I found very different is that I feel like even with Fontaine, I had like a basis to go on because, like, for example, in Kavarna of Good and Evil, you received Renee's investigation notes. You saw these
Mhm.
Yeah.
notes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and so there was a bit of preparation thing. Like,
Mhm.
but for this, it's like not only do we not have that, but it's like almost a completely different world building because it's like,
Yes.
oh, those ley lines that we knew of, ha, not really a thing here, guys.
We don't have them around these parts.
Honestly, I think that's like a really valid like praise for Natlan. Like I really like how differently they're handling the story exposition. Like for example, one thing I was talking about when I was playing through the Archon quest, and we were talking about a bit earlier, is that we learned so much about Mavlika without learning anything at all about what her or the Archon role or anything like that does here.
Yeah.
Like we vaguely
Mhm.
know that like humans are capable of becoming archons and like they live normal human lifespans, and then it goes to someone else. But you know, she's here and she was like one of the, like she was the archon 500 years ago and has some plan, and we know nothing else. Like we honestly know absolutely nothing. So
You must come to the astrologist and gamer. Oh my gosh, you've made it safely through the guidance of
someone
You
this.
did
out.
it.
Through this.
Oh my god, if you plunged off of the cliff.
Someone left their bank account here.
Through the
Yeah, like-
guidance of games and stars, you've made it here.
God, an anime.
God, an anime directed you here.
I have the power of God and anime on my side.
What you were saying, Rue?
Oh, I was just gonna say,
Oh,
Leah.
there's
Yeah,
another one.
so I can also appreciate that because it's super fresh.
Mhm.
I guess my main frustration is like figuring out the deal with the Night Kingdom. Like I feel like that's something I've been very quiet about. But like,
I'll scream about it
The
with
Night-
you.
yeah. Ah.
So, question about the Night Kingdom. When playing the Archon quest, did anyone else feel like flashbacks to Zhongli saving Xiao from the cataclysm? Sorry,
Yes.
not from the cataclysm, from the chasm. Like during that moment when Mavlika like broke the freaking ceiling and teleported everyone out.
Yes.
Mhm.
Why did I say cataclysm?
Also, can we talk about how you can just see the divine nail in the Night Kingdom?
Yes, you can.
Mhm. Mhm.
But I have
Mhm.
so many
was
thoughts
just-
about
Chillaxing there.
the Night Kingdom TM. There's so many points of Natlan's story that like ancient history that I'm very, very excited about. It's just, and I'm very interested in. But like you said, how we don't really have a basis for anything. The only thing we really knew about Natlan before we came here was that it was known as the land of fire, dragons. Neuvillette was like, they don't like me over there. They probably wouldn't like me. And then learning like years ago when Venti had commented that Murata was like Venti's comment on Murata, which is now question mark. So we
Yeah,
didn't
was
really
it
have
retcon?
yeah.
Was that retconned?
So it's just kind of like blinks
Wait, sorry, that Venti commented on what?
Oh,
about
in the
Murata.
webcomic.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
Murata,
okay.
yeah. Like how? Okay, question about Vanessa. We have heard absolutely nothing about Vanessa since coming to Natlan. Like, why? Like, where is anything about her or her clan? And what happened to them when they went to Mondstadt? Like, because did they leave with the blessing of the wild, or like were their memories and stuff affected after they left? Like,
Family
what
plan.
happened?
Here's the thing: their memories definitely were affected. They must have been because they didn't remember the Pyro Archon at all. Like Vanessa,
Yeah.
like
She
when
directly
Venti brings
asked.
her up. Yeah.
My apologies.
Oh, go ahead. Go.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just
Oh, no,
basically
go ahead.
supporting what you were saying. Like, yes, and I agree with you in the sense that it more or less has to be that fact, unless they completely decided to retcon it altogether, because Vanessa learned about the Pyro Archon through Venti, so it's just like, oh, okay. Also, Leah, where are you?
I'm here.
Get
Where
your money.
Are you?
The
Oh,
gamer
how
and
is there
astrologist.
So much money here.
The gamer and astrologist are trying to lead you.
One other thing I wanted to mention, man, wait, I have to think about it again. It was really important though. Wait. Okay, wait, keep talking. Sorry. Hold on.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I think maybe they're just holding out on us, right? Because we also haven't gotten more about the marriage of Ari, right? Apparently, Kanich has a character story that mentions it. I haven't read it though.
I know nothing about Kanich, so I personally couldn't tell you. The only thing, like, I am very curious about Mari Javari, specifically in the sense that I feel it's going to be a future, like, it would have to be like a future, like, sub-region. Like, if it ends up like an Enkanomiya kind of style, ooh, I'd be completely locked in. I will get it to 100%.
Mhm.
That being said, we haven't really like there isn't anything right now. Like I was rereading the Lava Walker set and specifically how you read about it, but so far it just seems to be disconnected in a sense. Like one would believe it's in Natlan because, you know, fire, lava, etc., etc. But other than that,
There
we were just
is a
kind of
volcano.
I mean, to try to like without spoilers, I guess it is mentioned in some of the quests, and there does seem to be implication of follow-up.
I
So they have remembered it, thankfully.
Okay, I have two things to say. One's related to what you're saying, and then I remembered what I wanted to say before. But, okay, is it just me, or is it like a coincidence that Bennett was on the banner in Natlan, and also the fact that like the Pyro Archon has this like revival mechanism, for like characters that like go into the Night Kingdom and like fall to the abyss, and like if they make it out successfully, then their entire like team can revive. And then Bennett's like specialty is Tevat Friday. Like I always had that speculation, like, you know, conspiracy theory that he could be connected to the Lava Walker set. And there's just like these little things that are consistent with that narrative that make it so much more interesting to me.
I will be confidently wrong. When the time comes, it's fine, but I refuse. Like I want to believe that Bennett is from Natlan. Specifically, like I want to ride that headcanon until I die. Because
I
I
think
just
there's a lot of characters in Mondstadt that are from other regions or have connection to other regions. Like Amber
because
has
it's
Lewitt, Lisa went to school in Sumeru.
Kaya
you know,
from
Venti
Kaya.
spawned from the wind. You have like I love, it's just so funny to me. Like Mondstadt is the endgame place with the most suspicious
Yes.
characters and connections. Like it just makes me laugh, honestly. And so when I think of Mari Javari, I'm like, that just like I will actually laugh if they do connect Bennett to Natlan, because it's like, yes, I can continue loving the cracked conspiracy theories about him being in the Great Volcano.
Keep sniffing the copium.
Yep, like look,
Yeah.
that's his home over there. Look.
Speaking of crack theories, I remember what I wanted to say earlier. This is gonna sound really convoluted, so give me a second. I know you guys are like farming chests, but like I need to like think of how I want to say this.
We're doing this
so
for you.
I'm here for the crack, so
in
it's
the
okay.
animation, like teasing Natlan, there was like this part where like all the characters, like the cast of characters as they were being introduced, were burning up. And man, I need to like show like a visual example. It was so long ago.
Oh no,
but,
no,
like,
because they have like this grayscale with like
yeah,
the
the
burning
grayscale
edges.
and like
Mhm.
the edges were burning around, and it's like there's this like implication that like I don't know, Mavlika was challenging Capitano to join the competition, which is really interesting to me considering what we learned about the competition.
Oh, Captain, my
Um,
captain.
Like I don't actually think it's about like the fighting contest or anything. I think, especially considering the trailer for 5.1, Capitano was saying there's a secret Mavlika has that she won't tell like anyone else, and it sounds like he's trying to convince her to do something. So it feels like they're both trying to like reach their goals in differing ways, and they're like having this fundamental disagreement, and it might have something to do with like I don't know, what happens when the cast gets burned to a crisp? Because like remember in the Archon quest, Mavlika used all those like items that had memories in them as power to actually break into the Night Kingdom. So like what happens if you can do that but with playable characters that have all these memories inherited from their you know, ancestors?
The heroes, yeah.
Because if the ley lines are that weak, like is that the kind of power it would take? Like is there some kind of like greater sacrifice coming?
My initial thought, I don't have an answer, but just thinking about what Capitano, I know a lot of people have pointed this out already, how it sort of reflects what Dainsleif said in the
Dainsleif.
Travails trailer. Yeah, where he's like, she will reveal her secret because she has a
Or you cut out.
right?
Yeah, because she has a what?
Oh, because she has her reason or something like
Hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
But does that secret have anything to do with like that visual foreshadowing with like the cast being burned to a crisp? Especially because we already had this happen. You know, Kachina went to the Night Kingdom, fought, and then was not revived, and that was like the first time it happened. And we were learning that the Sacred Flame was like at the lowest it's been in a long time. So like, what needs to happen? Like, obviously they're alluding to some like power of friendship uniting all the tribes for a common cause, like everyone needs to fight for their lives sort of thing. But it seems like I'm pretty sure okay. I think Mavlika and Capitano have similar goals, but they're trying to
Mhm.
accomplish them in different ways. And that's
Yeah,
where the disagreement is
agree.
coming from, because Capitano was talking about like, you know,
The two in the Abyss Order.
yeah,
No.
humanity
Okay.
has to survive at any cost. That was what Capitano was saying.
Also,
and Mavlika,
Yeah.
Also, remember where in the special program, 5.1 program specifically, where the quote, Natlan has to pay a great price and Malvika's death is the only debt, or something like that?
oh yeah,
Mhm.
and she was
So,
like saying in the Arkham quest, she's like already ready to freaking die.
yeah. She's like, oh, here's my power. Anyway, you guys, I'll get this for you. All right, Capitano, are you sure you don't want to be part of the Ode of Resurrection? So it's like, oh, but I really do feel in a lot of cases like it just makes me think of the way that it's not the exact same, but Capitano's pressure with Malika reminds me a lot of Arlecchino and Furina. Like, why aren't you doing
Ooh.
anything?
Yeah.
Why
Mhm.
aren't you, what are you doing?
You're
And
right, actually. Yeah.
and then Capitano is like, okay, well, you say you're doing something, but humanity needs to be protected, and it looks like it's struggling here in Natlan. So you know, so I don't know. That's what a lot of this reminds me of. And
No,
not in
that's
a
a great point.
and it's not like
Mhm.
obviously an exact one-to-one. They each have their own motives, but I do appreciate how both of them have been challenging the Archon, or even though Furina was a special case, as to what are you going to do to save your people, because Natlan is on its last legs. So, and Capitano has made it apparent that he stated specifically where he had mentioned, if I could go back, and I don't think it's if I could go back in time, but it's specifically if I could go back, I would make sure that everyone would be spared or something like that. So, because you know how they cut up a lot of the voice lines throughout the Archon quests, but
Mhm.
I still think that that's very, it's just relevant. So it's just something that is very curious to me, and also an excuse for me to talk about Capitano more.
I was gonna say, I think maybe this is a good segue to like say like, okay, given like the new trailer and what we know from the Archon quest, there have been like 100 different ideas about who is Capitano.
Oh my god, we can talk about Capitano. Okay, so like he's super cute.
That's hair behind ear. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So handsome.
He's
Oh my
so
God.
cool.
Not Capitano.
You know who's cooler than Capitano?
No one.
Okay, this is
Sorry?
my great segue into a discussion about Yinsan. So does anyone else find it strange how our Travail character has said like 2 words in the entire Archon quest, but obviously she like knows everything, and like she's already inherited her memories, and she might even inherit like the powers of Pyro Archon.
I'm happy
They're
you mentioned
saving it for
that.
later.
Yeah, they definitely, because when I saw Janssen, I'm like, okay, yeah, she's absolutely just, they're setting her up in a sense that's like, yeah, for a character like that who was promoted for the Travail trailer, who has not done anything or really said anything, she said things that are very, very curious and is very, very familiar as to what is going on, because especially Malika trusts her a great deal. But it's the fact that like, oh, they're saving this character, like not in the sense of like they're saving in terms of like life, but they will have a more prominent role. So yeah,
And it's like
All of them.
the first time it's happened with the Travail character, which is really awesome. Because normally the Travail characters are like the first we meet. They're like very upfront, like Ayaka and Lenny Lynette. Sino did take a while to show up, but I feel like he was pretty much at the forefront of most things. So I'm very curious. Also, I had a message in chat related to an earlier topic. I'll copy paste it
Ooh, there's a
if
chest
we want to
here.
talk about it.
Okay. Let me not D-word as Mona to the scions as I try to unlock this chest.
Oh, Leah, would you like to read the?
I can if you want me to.
Sure.
I copy pasted it so anyone could read it if you want, but I can.
I read it. Like I didn't know if we wanted to like share it with with the class.
Yeah. Okay, so Aventurine said, my personal idea for why it's grayscale during the teaser is like how Mafuika burnt those items to gain power. Mafuika will have to burn everyone in Natlan or the Night Kingdom to gain so much power to basically form new ley lines. Which is really, really, really interesting to think about. Because that's kind of the thought I was alluding to, but I didn't really know how to put it into words. Like, why else would the cast of characters be burning in the teaser if they weren't going to burn at some point? It really reminds me of what we dealt with Sumeru with the Samsara cycles, just basically looping back and forth until Nihida had enough information to actually take down Scaramouche's boss form. And also considering we know that you can form new ley lines, maybe there's some plan to revitalize Natlan's ley lines that involve great sacrifices first.
Yeah. So the first I saw that comment and the first thing I thought of was man, we had a pretty big important quest about, I don't know, this thing that can create new ley lines.
Yeah.
What was it?
Bedtime story.
The Loom of Fate.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Also, points at Tori. Where's my tree burning?
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm still waiting for that.
So, okay, so you both have not done the world quest.
Oh, no.
So could you please deafen so I could mention something quickly?
I'll be here. I know.
Okay, hold on.
I think I
just
know.
turn my brain off.
Okay, so on the topic of Dotore, taps watch tree burning. So I believe I can't remember the exact name of the world quest. I wrote it in my Discord down, ones of note. But it is essentially one of the, I think it's let me pull up the quest specifically for those who may not have done it. In the event that you wish to do this, which I firmly encourage. So the quest is called Squints. It's called Revelations from the Past. And it's one of the quests that you do alongside your little Saurian buddy. While you are going through these ancient ruins, you stumble across two murals. One depicts what it appears to be Shibalanke defeating Shuquatl. I am so sorry for butchering these names terribly. And the other one appears to be, and I'll put an asterisk next to this because I'm not sure, it appears to be King Nibelung destroying a white tree, and then there's a white envoy underneath this barrier. So I'm immediately thinking of the idea of King Nibelung wanting to burn Irminsul. But
yes.
So for me, I saw that, and because everyone has been scattered life, not everyone's caught up with Genshin lore. I have not been able to express not only how confused I am, not in terms of why Nibelung would do that, because it's Nibelung behavior, but in the regards of these two murals, and I have access to them in my world. Leah has not done the quests yet, so unfortunately, until they do it, they will not. They are so specific because I feel on a slight tangent, I do think that unless they decide to name another Dragon King, that Shuquatl might be the Pyro Sovereign, which would imply that Shibalanke defeated the Pyro Sovereign. That's another conversation because I'm still kind of a bit mixed about that. But on the topic of burning a sacred tree, to me, the really large, dark purple dragon that they showed looked like it was supposed, like, it's supposed to depict Nibelung, because Shuquatl has a very specific design. And now it's completely likely that because we learned that the ancient dragon kings all, to our knowledge, use forbidden knowledge in order to combat the heavenly principles and the primordial one and its four shining shades. However, I've seen some theories that dragon could have been a corrupted Shuquatl, but I'm not dismissing that theory. I'm just of the belief that could possibly just be Nibelung, who just wanted to destroy Irminsul or Natlan's sacred Irminsul. Like, it's just, my brain has not left those murals, Rue. They've not left them at all.
My brain is still there too. It's not in my skull. It's over there hanging out.
Like, I'm staring at it, and I can't, like, okay. I want to go to my world to show it, because it literally, when I look at it, to me, I'm like, oh, this is Nibelung just attempting to destroy Irminsul. And this is where it's confusing, because when you learn about Shuquatl in Natlan's ancient history, it reportedly killed the last messenger, which I just interpret as like the last heavenly envoy or what have you, because you do learn in Natlan how the dragons ate the Seelie. Like, they ate the Seelie. They ate them. That's why the quote unquote Seelie. That's why, the Seelies look like these Seelies are Natlan's mechanic of Seelies, and they do have lore. But traditional Seelies do not exist in Natlan because they were devoured by dragonkind. So for me, when I look at that mural, I'm like, oh, they were just eating and destroying everything in Natlan. So I'm like, I need to know more. And since we're in the land of the dragons, I firmly believe we would learn more about the sovereigns, and specifically the Pyro Sovereign as well. So I'm so sorry. I needed to get that out of my system. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. I understand, because I actually spent a lot of time thinking about this, because if you take the mural and then that text description, and then you also look at the Obsidian Codex, like the very first line.
And a pep. And what a pep said.
Also a pep. And you look at them all together and you're like, there's a clear picture being painted here. So
I'm actually, okay, on a slight tangent, I'm actually going to go to my world because I really want to look at that mural again. really
okay,
do.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Goodbye.
Like, I will be back. I will return, but it's going to drive me crazy, because I need to. I probably should have said something before I left, but like, it's okay.
Wait, I'll let Leah know.
Thank you. And so, for me, it's like the idea that not only is there like we rolled up in Natlan and there's just murals of Nibelung. Like, I'm so sorry. That's
pretty crazy.
That's
right?
fascinating to me. Assuming that it is, and I truly do think it is. It's just like,
I think it is.
Like, I because I struggle to like wonder who else it would be, because even if it was like a corrupted Shuquatl, I think Shuquatl, like how you look in the name cards, it would just be something completely different. Like it would still have Shuquatl's like appearance, but like, you know, different colors or something. But Nibelung specifically, and just how huge the dragon was described, I'm like, oh, that has to be Nibelung. Like, there's no way.
Yeah. But, and you know, the thing about the murals, I can imagine, based on what I understand of Natlan's history, the murals could have been created and exist and preserved in this way because Natlan is so different from the other nations. Like, the other nations, I mean, they kind of went into the God King era, but for Natlan, it sounds like, well, the dragons kind of survived, so they didn't really have the God King era.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, well, and that's one of the things that I'm like kind of confused about, that I'm still trying to do my best to piece together. I'm also doing my best to try and remember where this place was. I remember marking it, and then I think I accidentally unmarked it. But I need to just have a waypoint there. Actually, hold on. Well, in my world, I'm going to create a waypoint if I don't already have one. Okay, I have one. It used to be reserved for the Conrian door, but this is very important for me. I used to always have a waypoint by the Conrian door, but it has to be here now. And oh my goodness, I need to remember where the murals are.
The underground waypoint that's kind of very north. Oh, if you go east and north. So not that one. Go east.
You said east. This one?
No. Further east. Sorry, I'm watching your stream, so there may be a delay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, so we're Statue of Seven. It's west and north.
West and then north. This here. Oh my God, you're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Way too excited.
and you kind of have to go up the stairs. Well, you have to go in and then hop over the space and then go up the stairs.
I feel so bad.
Oh wait,
like,
no, it's right there.
Yeah. So like I have to okay. Also, I really want to talk about this quest, but alas,
well, it's okay. Like we can do like a little preview of our thoughts.
Yes.
And then
So
we can get Leah back in and talk about maybe more of the Archon quest because
yes, I don't want
I
to.
still have so many thoughts about the Archon quest.
Yeah.
I'm having like a burst of energy when I started. Like
No,
I was
you're
like very low energy, but then the lore started happening, and I'm like,
and then we started talking about Nibelung. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
were
God.
so
So for
quiet
those-
at first, but now it's
So
Katie's
oh my
popping
God,
off.
I love this shit. It's so good.
okay. So to those who are either watching my stream or like, listen, when I look at this to me looks like Nibelung. This specifically just looks like Nibelung attempting to burn Irminsul. And down here, it's like you have a heavenly envoy and you have another envoy as well. For me, when I saw this, because Natlan, the way that I'm trying to gauge like the timeline, not the exact timeline, a rough kind of timeline, I would imagine this would have had to have been like, because this is unified civilization. Like,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
what I presume.
this is the the shade here. Like, it's just sorry, I feel like I'm tripping over my words because this mural, like, I can't not think about it every day. So
Oh, and another thing with the purple, like I always like if I'm doing like basic color matching, I'm like purple abyss.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like with most things, it's like, oh, darkness or corruption is usually like black and purple. And in this case, it's not clearly electro. It's like, this is abyssal corruption or forbidden knowledge, since Nibelung was like, we're going to use this to combat the heavens who are attempting to usurp us. So for me, these are two separate events, clearly, like this mural and then the one in the right room of Shibalanke defeating Shriquaddle. But I needed to talk about this. I've been pent up thinking about this mural for
Oh.
like for the past month.
We need to have a follow-up stream where it's just like, let's just talk about the mural.
Yeah, we'll just talk about the mural, okay? Because I don't want to like leave. Wait, before I leave, actually, I'm putting the waypoint down. Okay, and I will no longer keep us. So I'm going to I won't talk about it anymore. I'm gonna go back to Leah's world. Leah's not like confused.
Leah's deafened, I'm trying to lead her to chests by jumping desperately.
Oh, wait, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I need to go to the bathroom.
Alright. I hope she's coming up this way. I've lost her. Where is she?
Where is Leah?
Yeah. Keep climbing.
Oh, you guys are climbing? You guys are climbing? You guys are climbing?
Look, it's a really tall tree. You can't grapple all the way up here, okay?
I'm like, well, I told.
Where did he go?
I guess I could.
Oh my gosh.
I guess
I see.
Wait, where are you? Are you in the tree?
Yeah, I'm on top of the tree.
Oh.
Like all the way at the top. Yeah. There we go. She made it.
But like the time, like Natlan's history, like the timeline is just so perplexing to me. I understand time is very convoluted in Genshin Impact, but Natlan has me like thinking emoji basically at the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see you. My apologies for being not a true gamer and not having Kanich to get up there.
I wanted to climb half the way. It's fine. It's whatever. He grapples diagonally, not upwards, unfortunately. I think. No, wait, can I grapple upwards? No,
But canonically,
not
is
really.
Kanich like 5'1"?
Mystery. He does have huge platform shoes, though.
So he might be 4'11".
I mean, they're all the same. It's just like the shoe diff. I stood him
Shoe
beside.
diff? Shoe diff is such a crazy term. Shoe
No, it
diff.
is because I stood him beside one of you guys had Kazuha out, who also kind of has like not super like not heeled shoes. Like he has pretty thick soles on here, and then so I'm like, wait, there's like a pretty significant height difference between them. And then I look at Kenichi's fucking chunky ass boots, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it's heel diff.
Hi,
And like
Lore.
fluffy hair diff, probably.
What's this lore? What lore
Welcome
did I come back to?
So the lore you came back to was me questioning, like, so is Kanich like 5'1"? And then Alec was like, well, he does have these huge platformers, and I'm like, ah, yes, so he's probably 4'11". And then it just became talking about short kings and like their footwear.
Wait,
But
so question: who's
Xiao
shorter,
only
or
look.
Kinich?
They're all identical. They're all the same. Xiao just looks really short because he has the thinnest soles out of all of them, except for like fucking Sino, who's barefoot, but
you
he
said the
probably has
thinnest.
nasty ass calluses.
You said the
Thinnest
thinnest
soul.
soles, and I'm like, my god, I didn't know he was just completely comprised of souls. I mean, they're gonna both have to. They're gonna have to be on.
No, look at his thin little shoe. Oh,
We have to be on level
bye.
ground for this
Yeah.
because it's not.
So, wait, can I mention something that my chat was talking about while I was deafened?
Mhm.
Yes.
Sure.
So, in the trailer, it doesn't mention anything about like someone's specific soul, but I guess in the JP dub it does.
Oh yeah, the JP.
Yeah, so it specifically mentions
Bibito.
Tabibito no Tamashi, the soul of the traveler, which is really interesting. What does it mean? The traveler's soul is being restrained and is getting weaker. What does it mean?
I mean, the traveler is a okay. I think this is. I mean, it's not completely level, but we could put them. But
We could be up there maybe once we kill the entire.
Don't finish that sentence.
group
I
of-
think for
No, I think it's just. Wait, what? Where is
Wait, are
everybody?
you guys doing a height comparison thing? Because
Yeah,
Leah,
I'm coming.
we
Wait,
have to put the
wait.
Shaos next to each other.
wait, because Leah, you know what's so interesting? I only
Yeah, like
saw
but
a
look at their
comment about that today.
shoe diff.
Literally
I
is
only
a
saw a
shoot.
comment about that today,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting," because I personally had assumed like, oh, maybe they're talking about Capitano, but if they're talking about Traveler,
Yeah,
it
it's very
reminds me.
explicit in JP dub.
Yeah, and it reminds me of like I heard some various theories. I don't know. It was probably I've heard it everywhere, like
fuck.
on YouTube and Reddit, where like people were like, "Oh, there could be a problem with giving Traveler an ancient name because that would bind them to the world." You know?
Mm.
So
Does
I'm
it,
like,
though?
well, I think it was a more speculative point.
Yeah, but
Be-
like,
because if you have an ancient name, then the Night Kingdom would remember you,
yeah,
and the entire point of a Descender is like you're separate from Irmin, right? So it's a different system, but conceptually it's the same. If that makes sense.
yeah, but
Wait, is there like
okay,
some implications
hold
of him
on.
getting? I actually haven't watched the trailer, but like I would think the traveler getting an ancient name is respectfully foolishness.
Well, the ancient name part was at the very end of the arc on. So
I think if the
Wait,
traveler
for
were to get an
Traveler?
ancient name, that the code would start to break even more.
Wait, no,
Smile.
no. So, okay, I have a few thoughts, but it's been
Oh,
established
there's a
many
whole
times that
family
the
of them
traveler
over
operates
there.
outside of Tevat's laws. Would Natlan's
Yes.
laws override Tevat's laws? Like, Because I mean, if the traveler is above Tevat, like if you consider like U.S. government.
No, I don't want to consider that at all.
State versus federal laws.
State
like,
ver-
like county, county versus state versus federal.
Yeah.
Like what overrides?
And here's the thing: I don't think no one knows. I don't know. So, but I think it's a good question to ask. But yeah, no idea.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
it does
don't have answers.
it does appear that Kanich is slightly taller than Xiao, but he does have huge mega clompers on.
Yeah, no, it's
So-
truly just shoe diff. Like Xiao
it-
has these like dainty little like tiny little boots, and Kanich is literally in platforms.
Kanich has like war boots and like he's
Mhm,
just
mhm.
like it's
And
kind of
slightly fluffier hair too, like right on the top. He's got like a extra strands. Because otherwise, I'm like 100% that their models are identical for all of the characters. I don't think there's that much variation.
I refuse to believe that Kanich was not at some point a concept art Xiao, and they just repurposed at some point because they have
They're just like,
so
ooh,
close
bring back the
colors
tech wear.
with your
Yeah.
Minecraft sword on your pants.
And like the yellowy eyes. I don't know. They're just like, guys, I don't think we've released Xiao like in too long. We should do it again.
We haven't released Xiao.
We need
So-
another one.
So someone posted the entire quote. Basically, so the traveler's soul is under our control, but it's like becoming brittle. That is like the rough translation. Like it's becoming weaker, becoming brittle. That's like the rough translation
Mhm.
for what was said, and it's speculation that it was like Olarun that was saying that.
Does anybody play in JP Dub and know if anyone else is referred to as a Tabibito?
I play in JP Dub, it's just the traveler.
It's just Traveler.
Okay.
Also, I just realized that the mark on Kenichi's pants, I think, is just supposed to be like because Aha has that mark on his face, so maybe that's why.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say his butthole.
What? Why?
How?
How is
How
that
has-
cool? Yeah, when he dances in front of Kenisha's face, he's showing off his butthole.
like a cat. You know, a
He's
hawk is
got
like
the
actually a
X.
cat.
No, but I do think it just might have relation to Aha. That being said, I just I'm just in like even more lore mode
Boys.
thinking about
Mhm.
the Traveler.
Yeah.
He'll
What
be
I want to
fine.
say, what I want to say, I cannot say.
Is
Why
it
not?
related to a world quest? Can you tell me what world quest I need to do? So I can go do them?
All
just
of
name
God,
them?
Leah,
All
you
of-
and I are
okay.
gonna get homework at the end of this stream.
No, I'm so serious. I already have a list of the quests that you need to do that I'm going to ping both of you to do because I kid you not,
All
you
right.
need to do them so we can talk about more things.
Okay, so homework.
gosh.
Homework. Do you want to discuss again about world quests on that day?
We'll need like the quest name possibly, and like where it starts would be helpful so that I can avoid randomly walking into it when I'm exploring.
You mean like that world quest where the NPC keeps chasing me down across the map?
Oh my
That
god,
one?
I run away from them each time. I hate that man.
I will say one of them is that. So
Motherfucker.
Oh, that one's about that's about Arsarian, right? That's the only thing I know.
all I'm saying is you
Yeah,
want
like, I
to do
think they
your
keep-
you want to
they keep
do
trying to
these world quests.
Bully my Saurian, but I won't let them. I run away from them because they're like, your Saurian is gross and needs to die, and I'm like, no, you.
I want to know why the parent Saurian in the beginning just immediately trusted the traveler with like some really important legacy. By the way,
Well,
they
it's
just kind of like dropped that on us, and
well, it's because the Traveler is just a conduit for like the Sovereign's power. So they're deeply aligned with dragons. Also, I'm literally just I'm just being me. Because as we see more and more. Oh wait, speaking of the Traveler and their powers, we want to talk about how they can attune to the Archon statue.
Yeah.
You want to talk
yeah,
about that?
thoughts about that? But
I have thoughts
I
about
want
that
to
too.
hear other people's thoughts first, because I don't trust my thoughts.
Well, first I'm going to actually list the quests TM.
Oh my god.
Because
Okay.
I am pinging. Yeah, no. At
I'll do them all, I swear. I
mention
just don't know when.
mentions Owlet, mentions Leah.
Can we mention this little family of drops over here?
I don't like family of drops. I don't like that phrase.
Okay, close your eyes. I'll take care of it.
Okay, I have since pinged you. There you go. So
Never mind. Okay.
with each essentially amongst the regions, we see how the traveler is able to attune to the elements. And in some cases, it's easier to tell that, or it appears to be, that their abilities could be based off of the sovereign's power, or specifically how, you know, they were to work at one point. And I think the easiest way to view that, for me at least, initially it was Ashtaha. Even though Ashtaha is not quote unquote confirmed to be the Geo Sovereign, I still believe that he is. And especially so in Natlan, because of the traveler's abilities, and we see how they use their skills, and then you also just look at Neuvillette and how it's a much weaker version of Neuvillette's charge attack.
Beam.
And so so for Natlan specifically, I want to pull up I have it recorded because it's the first time, in my opinion, I think, and I could be wrong, I think it's the first time that Paimon was like, oh wow, this is really weird, you're not able to attune with it, when usually you're able to just automatically do so. And I wonder if it's because actually, I'm gonna put a pin on this because I want to rewatch this first and then see if I can properly articulate what I want to say. So give me just a moment.
My thought was that the Archon, like 500 years ago, like Mavoika like dispersed her power in the Sacred Flame and everything, and so there's like not actually like nothing in like the statue for the Traveler to take. That was my theory before I played the Archon quest. I like finished it. Yeah, and I'm not sure. I'm really not sure because it feels like, you know, we have the phlogiston and like all of the playable characters are able to utilize the phlogiston and also become the Pyro Archon. So it really feels like the power that we would specifically inherit from the statue is just dispersed somewhere else. That's my thoughts. I don't know. I don't know if it's anything close to the truth or what your thoughts are.
It sounds good.
I'm in this chest.
I feel like
I mean,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Allie.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
I wasn't either. I was just gonna say I actually don't have any good theories. I feel like there are a lot of possibilities because it's already so weird where it's like, oh, they don't have gods; they have humans who become, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then like, sorry, I'm chewing on some sunflower seeds right now. But,
I'm chewing on goldfish, so.
Oh,
Suck
goldfish
that
Delicious.
sounds
back,
so
goldfish.
good. But yeah, but you know, I think back to like all the different things people have said about like, oh, touching the Statue of Seven, because like, if you go back to the very, very first encounter you have with like Venti's statue, like it seems like Traveler kind of knows what's going on because he's like, this seems like bad news is one of the options you can select.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, when you talk to Venti after the Archon quest, he was like, "Oh, thanks, sorry for borrowing your power," type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I still have so many questions.
I also
Wait, you're right.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Go on,
like
Kurt.
I don't want to take away unless you guys are talking, like if you guys are, you know, building theories and stuff. I don't want anyone to accidentally lose what they had.
Oh, okay, then really quick related to this, then maybe my theory is actually onto something now that you bring that up, Rose, because like my thoughts are that the Archon's power are dispersed in the sacred flame, and that's why Mavlika was just able to like come back alive, and like why anyone is able to become the Pyro Archon, because they probably just become in tune with the sacred flame. Like basically they're
They
like
do get
putting their
memories
souls
from it
like on ley lines or
afterwards.
something. So I really wonder then if the traveler can't borrow the power of the Pyro Archon because it's somewhere else in the sacred flame.
I feel like that's probably not probably, but it could be a possibility, especially
It
if we
sounds
think
very
about
feasible.
because
Mhm.
especially if we think back to like the early Natlan previews where it appeared that Malika was talking to the different like tribes and then a hidden seventh like entity that we weren't familiar with. And when you think about like the sacred flame is like to me, it's like the power, the memories, and energy of what is Natlan, which is just ley lines. So it's like
Basically.
so. Also, may I deviate the topic a little bit to something
Yes.
about the travelers' voice lines in Natlan with Paimon?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I
if you,
haven't heard them yet, but please tell me.
so in if you go to their profile and listen to their updated voice lines with Paimon, I find this very curious where it's about the volcano. And Paimon says, the volcano is so huge, you can see it from anywhere in Natlan. Where do you think all that magma comes from, though? To which the traveler responds, one legend holds that an enormous pyro dragon slumbers in the deepest depths of Natlan. Within the dragon's body dwells the world's first flame, burning eternally, and causing boils to form on the dragon's back. Every once in a while, these boils spew out fire, which takes the form of magma when it comes above the ground. Paimon says, for real? But what happens if the dragon ever wakes up? Natlan will be doomed. Traveler's like, yep, and that's why the Pyro Archon gets to... And the traveler says, yep, and that's why the Pyro Archon gets the tribes to periodically join forces and go pacify the dragon to make sure it stays asleep. Paimon responds, what? No, that's to fight the abyss, isn't it? And the traveler retorts, well, not if this story from a woven scroll I bought on the street is to be believed.
You know, and Kiryu, one thing I know exactly this story because I kind of hate it because also remember in the webcomic when Enti is talking to Vanessa, he mentions Panku, Emir, and
Yeah.
Scrooge,
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Yes,
built
yes.
the who in
Uh-huh.
other worlds built their worlds from their body. And this seems to imply something similar, where it's like, oh, Natlan is just the Pyro Sovereign's corpse.
Well,
Right.
This is not new. This isn't new at all. Like this is like the same thing in Sumeru and also Fontaine. Like the Shade of Life, for example, in Fontaine. Like I think what was it? They created a Jaria who was like the heart of the world or something like that, right?
Yes.
So like this has been a thing for a while. Like there was an entire ecosystem inside of a PEP.
Specifically,
yeah,
how
a pep,
specifically
yeah.
how a pep had some of the most ancient life forms in her body, and the Dendro Sovereign themselves was a world. And so
yeah,
it's like blinks, and I think that one's gonna drive me crazy. Like the way that like I already have many thoughts on the Pyro Sovereign. I will not go further because I respectfully want everyone to do world quests. Also, really quickly, I want to shout out Arnold, Murder of Birds. I at some points may talk about the world quest, and I don't think you've done them. So anyone who has it in the world quest, please mute the stream at times because I do not want you to be spoiled. I'm so happy you actually.
I haven't done them yet.
I actually am so happy you came in now because earlier I was just going off on a tangent about something, but this is one of those things where we're in the land of the dragons. So things we've learned about, like, I really think are like that were kind of teased in Enkanomiya are really gonna like surface more here. So that's why I'm like, I need to be locked in. This is so intense.
lock in.
But But on the topic of dragons essentially being ecosystems, even if this was just this is just a, short story that people just tell for funsies. Ha ha ha. No, it's not. It's
I do just
it's not unfeasible considering like um the like a pet, and just even in like history and mythology, like very prominent beings, their bodies themselves just make or become worlds. And
Can
so
I
I'm gonna stop.
can I mention something else?
Hmm.
Like everything in Genshin is kind of like cyclical like this. So, for example, the Seely's body is like broken into tiny little fragments, and those are the Seelys we chase to treasure chests. And like all of these, like for example, like Venti was like a fragment of the Thousand Winds of Time, like just one third of wind. And then when he ascended to Celestia, was able to control the Thousand Winds and gain more power that way. And like it kind of runs in a cycle, the alchemy cycle, if you will,
It's cyclical.
where
Oh,
yeah,
speaking of,
everything.
where's the main character? Where's Albedo? Is anyone currently Albedo? It all just ties back to Albedo.
No,
and
but
also
Albedo's just an example because alchemy is like at the heart of Genshin. Like every region has its own form of alchemy, so
Yeah.
he just ends up coming up. But like everything builds up to something grand and then disintegrates and spreads across the world and then builds up again, and it's just like cycling like that always.
I am so happy to be talking about Genshin Impact lore with everyone. At the same time, I'm like, I need to
I
talk
also
about
just
the
want
world
to
quest.
mention to you guys that the little scroll that the traveler is talking about in his voice line that you mentioned, that storyline is going to be very exactly the same to a quest that I think none of you have done except for Katie, perhaps.
Probably.
But there's one of them that is like identical to what you described as well. So the repetition is there.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me the name of the quest or where it
Oh,
starts?
it's just it's the reputation ones for the Scions of the Canopy.
I want to do
okay.
it.
Yeah.
I want to
Mm.
stream all of the reputation.
Sobbing.
So I want
No,
to
it's really good.
I personally want to do the so recently I've been trying to get into the habit of doing certain world quests myself so that I can absorb the information more, because sometimes on
Mm.
stream I may not always get everything, and so I'll have
Yeah,
to just revisit it
a little
even more.
distracting sometimes.
However, I do really want to do the tribal quests on stream, only because I'm very interested in Natlan's world building. Like we are in dragon territory. I need to learn everything I can. And so
Mhm.
it's one of those things where I can't even really think of where I would like to start first, but it's absolutely something I want to be caught up on, because 5.1 is in what, 10 days? Is that it? 9 days? Or am I thinking?
God.
So
I
I'm like,
think
plus,
so. Yeah,
and
because the live stream was a couple
Yeah.
days ago.
yeah.
Mhm.
And so I'm just thinking, I'm essentially just standing emoji. I want to delve deeper into things, and I keep getting distracted. For instance, I was going to do the People of the Springs quests first, and then I started doing Little Ones quests. So it like, I love that in terms of exploration will make me distracted, but it's good it's good distraction. At the same time, it's like, oh no, I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. So I'm sorry, I'm just rambling.
Wait, Leah, can you move away from these barrels for a second?
What barrels?
The ones that are below you.
Are you gonna explode them?
Yeah.
All right.
You're gonna stand beside them.
All right.
Oh, I just
Hey,
yoink it. Oh,
you'll be fine.
goodbye,
Fine.
Leah.
Fine.
Ah!
It's fine.
I'm alive. Fine. Then I'm dead.
I thought it would blow you away. That's kind of disappointing.
Wow.
Maybe if
Okay.
you both of them.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's a question in my chat, by the way, that's totally like unrelated to anything Natlan. But it's gonna open a whole like can of worms. I don't know if we want to talk about it.
What? Okay, before we do that, hold on.
Worms?
What? What?
Worms?
Did you just say worms?
Worm? What?
Worms?
Yeah, worm.
I'm a bird. What?
Hey, Leah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh-huh.
I was gonna say, could you come to where I am right now? Because this is actually relevant, and I want to talk about something very briefly.
It's not spoilers, is it?
I actually, well, I can't remember if I cannot remember. I can't even finish a sentence because that would just give away the entire thing.
Oh, is that the jerk NPC that keeps
No.
chasing me down?
No.
Watch out for him.
Yeah, one
I
of them
see him.
is. I remember running away from him like desperately.
This one?
Yeah, there's one that chases you here.
Oh.
Yeah, there is one that chases you here.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious, I didn't know that. I just
Is
kind
he
of
gonna chase me here too, or is he gone? Okay, he's gone, thank God.
Yeah, I was just going to be like, this NPC at some point you would want to speak to, but I would definitely mark them on the map as well.
Oh yeah, he like doesn't let you walk by him without trying to speak to
I think
you.
he's part of the Sorry No quest.
Yeah, probably. They tend to chase you down from what I've seen.
Which means it's important.
Leave me alone.
That's okay. So that's okay. The reason I say this is because, like,
Oh, someone in chat says it's not tied to a world quest. Also, I just want to say, someone else came in chat and said, "Do you do a lot of streams like this? I've been looking for lore streamers, and this content is so awesome. People happy." So,
oh, thanks.
I guess
So-
we do this when we can.
Yeah.
yeah, basically, we try once.
We've been picking it up a little bit though, so that's been nice. I know we spent a
Yeah.
long time kind of being a bit too busy, but it's been nice.
It's specifically
More.
because I have a strong. So I'm sure we all have one. I specifically, not I. I don't sound arrogant, but I am firmly in the like. I think I know for the Pyro Gemstone the name that is blocked out. That is what I will
Oh.
say.
Is it the
Okay,
one
I
I'm
actually
thinking
need
of?
to run to the bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. And I'm
and
happy.
then I don't
Oh, go ahead. My
I don't have
apologies.
any thoughts anyway, so like continue
Okay.
please.
So, and it's not just me. It's a theory that's been going around a bit ever since the release of Natlan. So,
That the Sovereign's gonna be revived by.
What? I mean,
Is it
that's.
that one?
Oh no, I'm just talking about this specific NPC. The information gives.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what
Yeah,
you're talking about.
yeah.
I can't talk to him in co-op apparently.
Well, you'll just have to come back,
I will come
or
back.
we can leave.
yeah,
But Owl's in the bathroom.
yeah. So if you want to mark him on the map, by all means. If not, we can just continue.
Yeah, let me like move far away.
Oh, that's right. Because when people are here,
Mark
you
it.
can't mark it. Yeah, here. Let me.
No, I
move.
can mark it if you guys are there, but if I'm standing there, I can't.
Okay.
Let's see. Lore guy.
Lore guy. Yes. Okay. Sorry. I don't want to get too excited because I would dread spoil.
I appreciate that, Kiryu, and I also appreciate your excitement. It encourages me to want to do the world quest as fast as I can so I can discuss with you.
Once you're able to and you have the time, please ping me.
Have you guys talked about the Alice theory? What is the Alice theory?
Alice theory. Mm.
I mean, I think I've seen 1,000 different Alice theories.
Yeah,
So I've probably heard
The way
few
that
of them,
she's going to
like
be,
90%.
I would laugh if they have a summer event and they just they drip market her, and then
I think they would.
like she would just
potentially.
become the next playable character during a summer event.
I really feel like it's about time we get her designed. She is the first X and Circle member we should see.
Founder IRC.
Yeah, no, she was the founder. That's
Yeah.
why she was A and Anders' daughter. Oh, I'm blanking on the letter. Wait,
Oh, Alice in Wonderland theory. Alice through the looking glass. Oh, is this Fontaine?
Ooh, Fontaine. I love Fontaine stuff.
Bill Nye the Loring guy? Oh
Oh
my
my gosh, no. We have Bill Nye lore guy, and then we have John Natlan.
Bill Nye the Loring guy. Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill.
This is what Genshin lore theorists do. Welcome.
This is.
Yeah, we just we spiral into madness. Get it? Spirals? Because spirals
Spiral,
are a
like the
thing, too.
spiral
golden
abyss.
spiral.
Oh my gosh.
Like the golden spiral!
The
It's
golden
the perfect
legend.
ratio. It's so important in alchemy. By the way, this is like one of my favorite tidbits about albedo, but like look at this. So do you see the golden particles going up from this isotoma in a golden spiral?
Yes. DNA. Woo.
Oh my god, I've never noticed that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
an albedo freak, okay?
Wait,
Yeah.
no, this is good. This is good to know. This is
No, but
This is the good stuff, guys. Inject it into my veins.
if
right
you
now.
ever want to ask me questions about Venti or albedo, I will give you my master's thesis on both of those characters.
Yep.
Just feel
Hell
free
yeah.
anytime.
See, and this is why this works. We all have our hyperfixations. Like for me, it's Kaya. Literally ask me anything about Kaya, I'll know it. And I know with Kiryu, I feel like I could say, like, hey, what's the deal with Mona or Dane on this? Kiryu could fill me in with a thesis.
I love them both. Both
Yeah, so we're filling in all the gaps.
But yes, I remember the first time Albedo came, I did not get him because Zhongli, and I was Zhongli brain rot. And then when he came back, I got him C3. Because I was like, I love
Might as well
Albedo.
just go for the C4. Get that plunge damage.
And then I think... Oh wait, I was gonna say Fiorina. On that note, I need to... I'm super far behind. I'm a month behind on the tribe stuff. But like, I really want to know the Natlan wing lore. I really do. Because I feel like it's going to be juicy. Because Fontaine's was Blinks.
Okay, I need to read it. I'm just gonna go wiki and find it. Actually, it's a good point. I want to read it at some point.
I feel like between the texts and the world quests of Natlan, I feel like I will have a lot of questions answered. But of course, once that time comes, I honestly think you'll enjoy yourself. I really do. I have taken like over 500 screenshots from the world quests.
Oh, I don't doubt it, and I'm excited to play them. I like to read them on
Oh.
stream. On stream.
They're
I
all
do.
very good. I've enjoyed all of them.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna need to go somewhere in Fontaine, and I'm so sorry, Nicolette. It needs to rain because I want to see what this little dragon does when it's raining.
Wait, that's a good point. Also, are we ready for this like can of worms I'm gonna open?
Oh yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm just like rambling. My apologies. But please ask the question.
Okay, so the question was, how would you rank the Archons in terms of power? Let me read it specifically. I have a question for y'all. If you were to rank the Archons on all levels, power, story, personality, how would you rank them?
Personally, I feel like I would need to write down all of them, then actually give a thorough examination of everything that they've done. Because I feel I love all of them for different reasons. They would engage in battles specific ways. I feel like power scaling is difficult for a game like this, if I'm being honest.
I agree.
And then story-wise, they all they excel in certain points. And in other manners, it's one of those things where I appreciate the Archons in their own field. So like, I personally love Zhongli immensely, but I am so fascinated that he is just an observer. and he claims to be just a guy, but we all know he is not just a guy. He can
Mhm.
claim to be a consultant, like, and he is. Like, he, he's under NDA. He can't say much. God of contracts and all of that. But how he would go, and in the mystery surrounding him, because mind you, he just descended, like he just appeared. He appeared. I think. So like how Zhongli would go about in certain scenarios is completely different to how Venti would be. And I can't personally say that X would defeat X or this character is bad for me personally, because I just view them all through a different lens. And I feel like I sound like I'm just talking in circles, and I probably sound really presumptuous, so I really apologize for that. But it would require more for me to really think, because I love Focalor and I love Raiden. Like, I love all of them. But I think in terms of something as simple as power, I couldn't really gauge, because the only one we've actually seen, quote unquote, fight is Raiden. And even then, I don't think it would be like she can cut through space and time. But like, if we go fully unhinged Dragon Ball Z power scaling stuff, there would always be these theoreticals and what ifs. And I think that would just be kind of never ending, excuse me. So I don't really feel like I can't personally accurately, or I feel fairly judge them. So I apologize. I just rambled. I said nothing, but it's just it's difficult for me, truthfully.
Can I follow up with like just 30 seconds? So yeah, power scaling, impossible. If we really, really wanted to try and dissect based on everything, I think that would take, I don't know, a few hours to do to like really like understand everything. But personally, my opinion is, the Archons ain't shit. They're usurpers. They don't deserve my look. Okay, they stole their powers from the dragon.
Well, and that's another thing too. I'm like, how much of the power they have, like, because of course that's another discussion too, because their power, a considerable amount of their power comes from the sovereigns. So we would have to dissect that in itself. And mind you, you can talk about how the Archons haven't, like, some of them haven't used their gnosis or never used them and all of that. But I don't think we'll ever have a full, like, an approximate kind of how strong X is in those cases, because it's like, okay, well, how strong are the current Archons compared to X? And then versus each other, I feel like everyone could just be silly. Like, Raiden can cut through space and time, okay, but if Nahida gets her, like, Nahida's incredibly smart, so like, what if she traps her somehow? Like, I don't know, like, Zhongli Venti. I feel like it would just be a really difficult way, and I wouldn't want to have a dishonest, well, not saying anyone else here would be dishonest, but I feel like it would just become a really silly kind of conversation of who would be able to best one another when all of them could technically best each other through some means.
Yeah, and I think some bias could seep through. I mean, I know
Yeah.
personally, guys, confession, I hate him.
You hate
I-
who?
I did not hear.
No,
What?
okay.
Censored you.
Okay, listen, guys, I hate Zhongli, but
Yeah.
I love him, but I hate him, okay?
Okay.
It's complicated. Like, I think he's
It's very hard.
cool, interesting. Oh my god, he is the most frustrating character for me.
He pisses me off so bad. Like, I will like rag on
right.
him 24/7, and the moment he shows up on my screen, I like melt. I'm like, oh my gosh, Mr. Zhongli.
Me.
Right? No, exactly.
Literally,
exactly.
it's like, oh my gosh, like, he's so annoying.
Like, oh my
He
gosh,
has the
he's
secrets.
back.
He has the secrets to the cosmos and Tavat, and he won't say anything. And then when I hear his sweet buttery voice, I'm like, sir, you have every single right not to say anything. Like, oh my god, like, I'm so happy you're here.
Or,
Like his whole fucking stupid retirement plan pisses me off so bad. Like, it makes me so genuinely angry how fucking brainless he is. And then I'll see him like sipping tea, and I'm like, oh, it's okay.
Wait, or even in the Lantern Rite event where he learns that like, oh, Nouvelette was like, he avoided Nouvelette, and he's just like, oh, is that so? Is that so? And he gives a look, and he's like, you bastard, you know exactly what's going on here.
Like
He's like,
literally,
"Oh."
I was doing Chenyu
Waddles
Veil.
away.
I don't mean to. Okay, I won't go into like Zhongli now. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Leah.
I just wanted to like answer the question from earlier. Wait, Alec, did you have anything you wanted to say on it before I get into how I
Oh,
feel
I mean,
about
the
it?
only thing I have to say about power scaling of the Archons is that I just could not give less of a shit. Like, this is a
Honestly,
conversation that has been going around for so long, and like, I'm sorry, I find it so childish.
Like,
Like, it really
feel-
doesn't matter. They're all gods.
In my
Like-
experience with power scaling, people always use it to like trash on Venti because he
Yeah,
openly
exactly.
claims he's the weakest, and we haven't really seen like clear examples of every Archon's. What the fuck is Albedo doing? Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait,
Oh.
Albedo's like shaking his head everywhere for no reason. Anyway, we haven't seen clear examples of each of their abilities, like kind of what Kiryu was saying earlier.
Yeah, like we've seen bits and pieces.
If you put the Archons in a vacuum and they did the big slashy slash, then maybe Raiden or Zhongli or Mavuiga would have the biggest slashy slash. But like, Venti's powers are not necessarily in combat. Like, we know that he leveled all of the mountains in Mondstadt
Yeah.
with the power of the Thousand Winds, but he like called
But
on
like,
them.
he still has
they're
some
his friends.
slashy slashes too,
Yeah,
right? Like,
but
he can
called on
literally
them.
slice the tops of mountains and throw them away
Yeah.
God knows how far into the ocean. Like, he's definitely not weak. But like,
they're his friends. Like, how do you separate like power that he like summons versus like having it innately? Like, how do you separate
like,
that?
yeah,
And like, if
yeah.
you think about like erosion, like the literal definition of erosion, it's wind and water, you know, like basically
Mhm.
slowly chipping away at like rock. So like, okay, Zhongli can withstand like maybe one hit from Venti. Like, if you were thinking about this, it would not be probably a one hit KO, but like,
Yeah,
if it
yeah.
were like a battle of attrition, would Venti win? You know, like there's
Yeah,
so
like
many
it's such a like just
there's
And-
so many variables. How can you ever
Mhm.
power scale them? They operate in different ways. Like the
And-
Hina could just like
yeah.
totally
And then
flip
Akita
you
will
away
just
from
like
the
hop
Urban
into your
Soul.
brain.
Well, and
like,
that's the thing too. I feel
and what do you do?
like it's quite literally, and I never want to like. I understand what you mean by the question itself is kind of childish, because usually when people say who's the strongest or the weakest, they think of specifically just power. But when you
Like
think
such a
of
shonen
power,
manga concept.
but it's like and even if we were to go like Jujutsu Kaisen domain ways, then like all of the archons are incredibly powerful in some way, because you have not Nahida could just delete you from existence. So then
Yeah,
what
just say
then? And then like if like I
She'll
feel
like erase your ability to remember what you can do. Whoops, bye. Like,
and so it's why I think the topic is fun, but like I also think it's, if we're being honest, and
Impossible.
like you really can't. And now
Mhm.
you know, I don't, and this isn't even as someone who loves Zhongli. I love I love all of them. I really do. Even though each of them have their own like moments where I'm just like frustrated at times, in terms of just an overall like how like how you would scale them, it's just I can't do it. It's impossible. I feel like I would be not only doing a disservice to the character, but the other characters or environment that surrounds them.
yeah.
Because Tavat on its own is already question mark. So like, you know, so yeah, and I apologize for rambling so much, but this topic specifically, I don't want to say it riles me up. It's more so like I don't think you could have a genuine discussion without either biases coming through, or there would just never be an answer, a direct answer.
Yeah.
Because we've
Also,
like
I
never
wanna-
really seen the extent of any of their abilities to the fullest. It's just like what
Yeah.
we've seen bits
Yep.
and pieces, maybe some legends or something, but like that's about it.
Yeah. I want to go back to what Bruce was saying earlier about like them being Usurpers and not like deserving any of the power. I think all of the Archons know this and are dealing with it in their own way. Like, I think that's why Zhongli had that contract to end all contracts.
Yep.
I think that's why like I'm pretty sure Venti just flat out gave his gnosis to Dvalin in the Monster Archon quest, and he just doesn't have it. I think that, you know, obviously Full Solaris had herself executed. Mavlika's ready to sacrifice herself already. Nihida and Raiden are a bit different, but obviously, like, Raiden even, she never touched the Gnosis.
Yeah, she gave it to Yae. Like, she...
Yeah, like, she kind of didn't want anything to do with it.
And that's...
Nahida gave her Gnosis to Dotori, and I don't think, like, I don't know, at the time, it was kind of like, what are you doing?
But then when you learn about it...
Yeah, it's like, there's a reason. There's an important reason.
And then, like, another thing, too, it's like, if we were to ignore, like, just the Gnosis within themselves, I am a firm believer that all of the Archons are powerful to a degree. However, the moment that we officially learned that they're, like, a significant, like, the Gnosis were just stolen power, I'm like, oh, well, I don't think I can really... It's more so, like, I understand why the Archons just don't even care about the Gnosis. And
the only clue that I feel like we kind of have is one of Zhongli's ascension lines, where he was kind of like, oh, I wasn't sure if I'd be back to full power after losing the Gnosis. Yeah, but, like, with a little bit of, like, practice, I think, like, there's no difference anymore.
And, like, I still think it's funny.
But then that's just Zhongli.
I still think it's hilarious because when I also think of power scaling, I always look at the Traveler too, because the Traveler in all aspects, it's like the Traveler doesn't even have all of their powers yet. And yet Raiden firmly is like, you are a lovely sparring partner. Like an actual voice line. She's like, yeah, you're just a great sparring partner. I love that about you. And so it's like, where would it, you know, start and end? But yeah, it's I think for lore people, I'm just repeating myself, I think we just can't really answer that. But if you do want to have a great engagement post on Twitter, you could definitely talk about it.
Oh god. Lord.
Ray, I do think Signora did get the Gnosis, but I'm pretty sure Venti, like,
I am a firm believer Venti just let her take that.
Oh yeah,
that's just me. Like, because
he didn't even like try. He's right in front of his church.
He's just like, oh, and she's like, waha, I have the Gnosis.
Oh no, don't take it. No.
Yeah. She's like, oh, my feet are encased in ice. Wiggle, wiggle. Oh, I'm trapped.
Like, oh, I'm trapped. Whatever will I do? And then when you learn even more that the Gnosis contain not only like the descent, like of the descent, but also the fact that the Archons, like, their power isn't due to the 7 sovereigns. It also just makes me think of, like, I look at just Venti's case. Venti would absolutely just be like, no, you can have this. I'm content that that the people here believe in Barbados, and I continue to watch over my children. That's all I can ask for them to be free and happy. So him giving up the Gnosis is just kind of like, that's just me, that's just my headcanon. I believe that's what was implied. But, you know, and then, you know, I really think after Fontaine's arc, it's really just like, Celestia, it's not looking great.
Yeah. I don't know if there's really any other way of reading that scene with Venti though, because it's like, does he even make a deal out of it afterwards? Like, he's kind of just moves on. He doesn't really seem to care.
Yeah,
well,
he's like,
there are ways of reading it.
He's like, oh,
like
okay,
the other ways of reading
bye-bye.
it are missing key information. So, they exist. I just don't agree with them. I feel like they're not looking close enough at what happened.
I'm trying.
So like, yeah, everyone else afterwards is just kind of like given away due to a deal. The Ray didn't care for it. Nahida gave it away in a deal. The like Nuvolite gave it away in a deal. We don't have anyone else who's it really been like stolen from. But yeah, also Venti did not make any attempts to even try to get it back. So
also the fact that, you know, we see what I didn't properly examine it to see what chess piece the Pyronosis is, but in every single region, the Fatui get the Gnosis in some way. So for me, I have to wonder if I have successfully pushed you off of the paint can. I have to wonder, like,
Oh, on my screen, I'm still on it. I'm
okay.
sorry.
I was so happy. I was so happy on my screen. I was like, yes, I've defeated Kanish. I've defeated the gamer. But I have to genuinely wonder how the Fatui will get the Gnosis this time. Assuming it doesn't get destroyed or something. But mind you, I don't even think anything, like, mind you, I don't mean to deviate from like the Archon power scaling discussion, because I believe you also had like more questions. But it's the fact that with the Fatui getting all of them and the Tsaritsa collecting all of the Chaos Emeralds, I feel it's just like a matter of time, really, assuming that the Gnosis won't be destroyed somehow. Shrug, because we already see how, like, after Focalor destroyed the divine throne of Hydro, and like the heavenly principles is so weak they still haven't woken up. I don't know, I'm just really, I guess I'm just on pause about it, everything. But anyway, I'm rambling too much. I'm gonna hide.
Never.
The Chaos Emeralds.
Is that a Sonic reference?
It is.
Yes,
That's
yes.
a Sonic
Okay,
reference.
All of the
Thank you.
Chaos Emeralds have different colors. Yeah.
Are there 7 of them?
Squints, there's like Google's Chaos Emerald.
Because there was
there's at
that
least
there was
7.
that crack theory about the
6.
Sonic characters.
I thought they were like 11 or something.
Oh yeah. Albedo being an extra
Yeah.
shadow, which I buy into completely, 100%.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It was very convincing.
I really do think there are 7 Chaos Emeralds.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
It's the
just-
same
my
game.
But I don't. And also, chat, I am so sorry for rambling and repeating myself so much. When I get excited, I just get so.
It's all right. That's what we're here for. It's just to have fun and discuss.
Can we talk about Capitano? Because I think he's like really cool.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, he's so handsome and mysterious.
Oh my god. Can I
And
marry
his
him,
voice.
please? I
Yeah.
know, right?
Well, okay. I can pause that because if there are people who have like actual questions, I don't want to be silly and like ramble too much over that. I'm sorry.
The only question is why we're not seeing him on our screens 24/7.
You will when and if he is a playable character. Smile.
When he gets when I pull him, yes.
It
My
seemed like
chat-
he had a lot of voice lines in this. Like a lot.
In the what?
in the special
in
program.
the 5.1 like live
Oh
stream.
yeah, I actually did
He had
not
a
do
lot
that
of-
homework. I apologize.
I told you.
I didn't
Owl.
have a chat. I'm sorry.
My
Please
chat
reprimand
has
me.
been having like entire conversations about things this entire time. There was like a conversation about Scaramouche and like his emotions over the Gnosis and like what it means to him personally, and yeah, there's a lot, but
Oh, I know this is an Natlan stream, but I really, really want to thank the Hoyoverse writers for giving me my Wander and Albedo like conversation in
Stop
Simulanka.
it.
I'm so
Oh,
happy. I'm so
Christ.
happy we got that. Durin,
I'm not
like,
gonna get into
I've been
that right
screaming
now.
about
Yes.
them being foils for years.
Straight.
The satisfaction was too much.
yes, I will not go into detail, but I am really happy about that. I also think Durin will be tied to Natlan, but that is a different conversation.
No, I think I know exactly what's gonna happen because I predicted it 2.3 and like I don't want to get into it because it's like I will just talk for like 30 minutes straight. It
Isn't
is
it
literally my
so-
master's thesis.
Isn't it so funny when you look back on like old Twitter threads and you're like, wow, this is becoming more and more real.
It's like for me, it's not funny because like I feel like I literally solved it back then. Like I look back on my threads and it has not changed. It's just the same. Like I
Love gardeners, gardens, and
like Durian's gonna revive. Albedo's gonna complete the Princess of Sal Vindecnu's 4th fresco. Dragonspine's going to meld. He's gonna grow his stupid orchard that he was talking about at the end of Shadows Amidst Snowstorms. And everyone thinks it's Suspedo, and it's definitely not Suspedo. It's regular Albedo, and then Traveler is going to purify Durin, and then Durin's actually going to be able to get along with everyone at the end. And it's going to be
Okay.
drama, and
It's
until
beautiful.
then. That's what's gonna happen. It's
Mhm.
been foreshadowed over and over again.
Stop spoiling us for the story just because you write for Hoyoverse. Like, control yourself.
No, I'm just albedo obsessed. I'm just albedo obsessed. Like, there is definitely going to be like some drama before the good parts happen, but I think that's how it's gonna end.
But he's gonna be our bestie. It's fine.
I'm going to be so sad when Dragonspine melts because I like Dragonspine. I'm like one of the 10 people who likes Dragonspine. And
I love it.
it was the catalyst that was, oh, there is deep lore. Because I think of the tiara sets, especially learning about the ancient civilization of Saul Vithanir, and then learning more about the divine nails. Also, just thinking about the divine nail and Natlan. It's just like there's so much in this game that I look like I'm really excited for in terms of lore. We're in the land of dragons, so now I'm being even more like I'm really excited. So, and I feel like the Great Volcano here, we probably won't get to until like what 5.4 or 5 maybe, or something like that. But like
maybe 3.
Maybe
that's the
3
quest finale, right? Probably. No, or is it in 5.2?
I think probably 5.2 because Archons are either 0.2 or 0.3, I think. But like in terms of being like released. But like I look at like the amount of areas that Natlan could have, that especially Mari Javari, which would be really, really interesting in terms of ancient world history. Because mind you, Natlan is where like I need more lore. Oh goodness, I'm sorry. But I also I will be patient, because the closer we get to stuff like that, the closer Shnezmaya is. That means the closer that Conria is. I must be prepared for day. I must be prepared.
C6 R5 day 1.
Also, I want to be super on copium because I love the idea of the theory of Capitano being either an ancient name bearer or like a dragon or all of that. Like, I personally love that. Alas, he's going to look like an NPC and I'll be sad.
No, he's gonna be perfect. He's everything. Every single theory, they're just gonna be like, yes, guys, it's all correct. Every single one.
Where did Leah go?
I'm here. I'm just listening. Yeah.
I'm here too, just listening.
I'm sorry. Like, I literally just go on this tangent. But in all seriousness, I do like how there is the duality between Malika's and Capitano's plans, where it's like, oh, they probably have the same goal, similar things, or similar paths, same way with like the Fatui and the Abyss Order, wanting to presumably dethrone, I say dethrone, but like not have Celestia do what it continues to do. And I don't know, I'm excited for more world history things, and until we get that, it'll just be a moment. So, I feel like Natlan is really going to, I guess, add to that, because it's the land of the dragons, and we've known about dragons since Enkanomiya, which is, and it honestly makes me want to reread the Byakuya Koku collection in some
I think we all
There's a lot that is
for
just good to revisit.
Because like there's just so much there. Like, sorry, I need to stop rambling. I'm talking way too much.
You're good.
No, it's fine.
See, now I'm just thinking, jeez. There's some world quest stuff that
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about. But actually, let's go back to the Archon quest. So I remember, like, when I made my first video on the Archon quest, I had this passing thought that like, oh, like you know how like in a zombie apocalypse, like if you get bitten, you have to like you know chop off an arm, leg, or something to like stop the infection.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And like I wondered, like just as a passing thought, no idea how this would work, but like, would they have to disconnect from the Night Kingdom, which gives them all the protection? So in the live stream, Mavuika does say like, oh, like we can't live without the Night Kingdom, and I was just thinking like, is that foreshadowing? Am I too lost in the sauce?
I was
Never.
talking about this when I was deafened earlier about like
Oh, okay.
my theory. And someone in chat actually shares the same theory. But I used to apply this to tutorials like tree burning. Because that it was said in an interview at like a Chinese university like semi recently that the tree burning will come up again. So it's not it's probably not just like symbolism for something in Sumeru. But that aside, Mavuika burning up all those items in that room was essentially burning like memories that are in the ley lines in Natlan. And she used them to basically like coalesce power to actually break through to the Night Kingdom and save people. And so if you think about like how the cast was like burning up in that teaser trailer, it could be that like whatever her goals are, it will like she'll have to burn the memories of all of their ancestors that they collected maybe or something like that.
I can't believe Malika is going to burn Ermintel.
No, but that's the thing. So if you think about like how forests are maintained, for example, there's something called like controlled burnings. Like for example, like if you have some diseased set of trees, you would probably burn them in a controlled environment to protect the rest of the forest. Or maybe you wanna, I don't know, you could like thin the trees out and have like a controlled burning, like so that it doesn't like raise over, like the next fire doesn't raise over the entire like thing. You have controlled burnings to keep the ecosystem in check. And so I wonder if Natlan is having problems with ley lines and if there's like corrupted ley lines from the abyss because, you know, they were hit the hardest by the cataclysm. If that's something that they would need to do in order to free Natlan from everything, to like burn some of those ley lines and then reconstruct them in some way. So, and I mean, we know that reconstruction of ley lines is possible. It's just, is burning ley lines possible? And I think if there's ever a place where we're going to find out if that's possible, it would be in Natlan, in the land of Pyro. So,
oh, you said that all nicely. That like, oh, that fuels my crack.
I'm not the best at like, if I'm like actively thinking about something as I'm trying to say it, then it comes out all like
no, that
out there, but in this case I was thinking on that the entire time since I discussed it earlier, so I was actually able to...
that train of logic to me makes perfect.
Yeah,
it seems like overlapping themes, like ideas, and like a potential solution to their problem. So to me, I'm like,
what I was alluding to earlier, but like I couldn't quite figure out how to word it. It wasn't until like we kind of were discussing it in chat when I was deafened earlier that I was like, yeah, that's it. That is it. So someone's asking thoughts on Renova Shade lore. I don't know this. I don't know if it's World Quest stuff or if it's artifact things.
Oh,
but...
No, we learned about this in the Archon quest. I
This was
personally,
the Shade of Death, right?
yeah, I think Renova's the Shade of Death.
Yeah, so okay, for clarification, it has not been said if Renova is the Shade of Death. It's just that in the Archon quest, Renova was mentioned in the same way that Isroth was mentioned as like a what do you call it? Oh, a superscript? Yeah, or like a subtitle. But as the one who Jean Belanqui had borrowed the powers of heaven from to create rules. And this isn't to say that I'm discrediting these ideas that Renova is the Shade of Death. It's just clarifying that it wasn't explicitly stated, but there are ways you can kind of logic to that, I think. Maybe. Did that make sense?
I buy all of Katie's crack.
Well,
it makes
I
sense. You
don't.
were cutting out a little bit, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry,
but
sorry.
It did make sense.
Sorry, I think I had looked away because I my neighbor's dog was barking.
Oh. You can't lose eye contact with us, Katie.
I have to stare into the abyss,
Yes.
like honest.
You have to stare into the abyss, which are Albedo's eyes, apparently.
Mm. Yeah, so I think yeah, so Renova is like Renove or like some other names in the Ars Goetia as like a sort of demon of death, like or porter of souls, I think, if I'm remembering correctly.
Mhm.
And I think the logic I've heard is that like, well, people keep talking about the Lord of the Night because technically the Night Kingdom is the Lord of the Night's kingdom. So it's like their domain. And this was mentioned like actually in that line where like Mavuika was like, "Oh, a land without the Lord of the Night's protection, we can't deal with." So I think yeah, there's probably I imagine there could be some connection there, right? Does that make sense?
The shade of death overseeing.
I actually wonder. I actually wonder.
Where is
Um,
Albedo when
the shade of death. I wonder if the four shades represent different cycles in the alchemy, like the alchemy cycles. Now that I think about it, because I don't know, death and life feel like they connect with time, and I don't know how Easteroth's abilities would differ from those two.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's such an interesting brain because I know others have had discussions about like Isteroth actually being more about death, and then whatever the shade of death might be is more about resurrection. So it's like just a misnaming of their roles, I guess. But also in alchemy, so the very first stage, so you have Nigredo, which goes to blank. It's the chalk stage. So it's taking
It's
dead.
literally Albedo.
Oh,
and
I'm
then it
so
goes,
sorry, guys.
and then it goes Rubedo, and then it's Citrinitas. Yeah, I am.
Oh my god, that is like
I am the biggest
brain fart.
Albedo nerd. So
Okay, no, but I should know this because I've like talked about this extensively. But that stage is basically you take this dead organic matter and you purify it, and it's about sort of a rebirth or revival into like a pure
blank
white
slate.
chalk. Yeah, a blank slate, pure white chalk.
And
substance.
then you take that blank slate and you give it an idea, and that's basically Rubedo. It's like a crude idea, and then you refine it into its like full potential, and that's gold or Citrinitas. And I'm pretty sure Genshin. I think they reversed some aspects of the cycle. I'm not 100%
I think
sure.
they swapped
They
the
did,
last
they did.
two namings.
Yeah, the last two were swapped.
Oh,
Yeah.
and I have so many thoughts on this because sorry, just 1 minute of a side note. So the IRL alchemical process is Nigredo, Albedo, Citrinitas, Rubedo. So in the Narcissan Kreutz note, they say like, oh, like Rubedo is the final step, like according to IRL alchemy. Conria switched Rubedo and Citrinitas. And the note was like, why did they switch it? Gold is bait. Like, red is the final answer. But without getting into the specifics, I think Conria did this for a specific reason that has to do with will. And it has to do with like Jungian psychology. I'll leave it at that though.
No, there's that is like a
video about
full
this.
thing to get into. Oh yeah, no, I yes, I understand. I understand, Ruse. Oh my god, there's so much there because when you think about will, and we learned this lesson in Yazuma very much, that will is intrinsically tied with memories and vision, connection to ley lines and stuff like that. And as well as if you literally go to watch Albedo's character story teaser, he like wills things into existence after he paints them. So my thoughts on how Albedo's like alchemy of life has always worked is that the reason why he's an artist is because he uses art as like a literal study of something so that he can envision what like all its inner workings and like how exactly it comes together to become a thing, and then he's able to use that imagination. Like, it's so clear in his head, it's picturesque because he painted it, he studied it through his art. He's able to bring it into life with his will. Like, he connects, like, because if you consider that all the elements flow through the ley lines, they're what makes up energy and memories, etc. That is the building blocks of life. It is like everything breaks down into dust, and then you use that dust again to build life again. And that's what Albedo does. Like, he literally paints an animal crystal fly and brings it to life. How? And then he paints like a baby Geovishap, and it's literally like it's half-formed. So that's evidence that he's not using like some external like animal power or something to bring the crystal fly to life. Because like, how does that even make sense to have half of a Geovishap walking around alive if it's not just like a creation of his imagination? And his imagination was disrupted when he was creating it, which is why it's like half finished.
Yeah, and if you guys watch Albedo's teaser, the Geovishap abomination is literally like just that. It's an abomination. It's a half-drawn Geovishap, barely walking with like little like stringy line
awkward little
legs.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up. But also,
it's so cruel.
Also, if I remember correctly, in Shadows Amidst Snowstorms, when Albedo creates the chairs for everyone, he literally calls his sketches and paintings blueprints.
Yeah, they are blueprints.
Yeah,
because that's the thing. He uses everything as studies, which is why I think it's really interesting that, like, in his story quest, he was painting hilichurls and looking for signs of intelligence. Because what do you know about hilichurls, Albedo? And why are you painting them?
That's a good point. Good.
Because hilichurls are ex-Condrians who have had their souls slowly stripped away by the curse of the wilderness.
Yeah, and of course, 20-second side note, all this blueprint talk also reminds me of Bottleland, where it was literally about a projector. With the blueprints projecting images that are reflected in reality. Yada yada. Yeah. It's all, guys, it's all connected. Me in front of like a whiteboard with like the pins and the strings.
But
sorry,
that's why
I get so excited about this.
So let me actually get into a bit of my Albedo theory, because it's related to this. So, in Dragonspine's lore, you are like basically tracing these old ruins and learn about the civilization on Salvintagnir, which is like this, Dragonspine's old name. And there was a princess who was basically a prophet in her time.
Shout out her. I miss her every day. Oh,
she was painting like these frescoes or images, and they were like predicting the future. Like, one of them had the dragon, one of them had like Dragonspine being like all cold and stuff. And she was in the middle of painting the last one when disaster struck. And I think that one is supposed to depict a green thawed Dragonspine. She did not finish it. And unfortunately, she perished, as well as most of the old civilization in Dragonspine. The only one that escaped was Imanlocker, and we have no freaking idea where he went. He's somewhere in Mondstadt. And this was, like, pretty sure before the Archon War, or when was it? It was before the Cataclysm. Well before the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think one of the priests is, like, a...
Yeah, I was gonna mention Uko.
A churl.
Is a law churl.
Urko?
So we
Yeah.
know that the curse, the wilderness curse, is not only applied to Conrians. So
yeah, they were around before
which
too.
we also got from Per and Harry.
Yeah,
because they said yeah,
but we knew that from Uko as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, like we knew that from
people
like
didn't
the
believe it
first
until Per and Harry.
patch. what they explicitly tell you in like 1.0 that hilichurls were around always, but there was a sudden influx of their population 500 years ago.
There was a lot of debate about it, but
I
yeah.
remember
What?
being in those I remember being in
It's
those
so explicit.
trenches and like not trying to argue with people who were like, no, hilichurls are only recent, and I'm like,
Oh my
no, they
god.
are not. They've
The
been
game literally
they've been
spells it out for
suffering.
you.
They've been suffering for so long.
But to continue my story, so this fourth fresco is like not painted yet. It's like only half finished, and it's like some ruined in dragon spine. And there is this talk at the end of Shadows Amid Snowstorms where Albedo, and a lot of people think that this Albedo at the end was Susbedo because he added and removed the mark. And I think that's very silly because no. But anyway, that's a side tangent. That was the real Albedo because the whole point of that was for Albedo to go through this character development and realize a lot of things about his life that would basically like change his future trajectory, because he's someone from the very start that has struggled to fit in with humanity. He does not feel like another human. He like has largely like kept to himself, and he's just learning that he does have friends and allies. And I mean, now he's thriving, but the beginning of his story was not like that. He's gone through a lot of character development, and it all started with befriending the Traveler, who was also like him, not from this world. Which is why I ship them. Anyway, that's his. Anyway, so Albedo said at the end of this, like, if you talk to him after the main quest is complete, he has some things to say. And he's talking about, like, oh, you know, it would be nice to grow an orchard on Dragonspine one day. And it's just like a side note. But he was talking about, like, you know, maybe if we make it a bit more habitable, people can come to the mountain and actually enjoy the sights and sceneries, and it could be inviting for people. And, like, that's the whole idea. And if you look at Dragonspine's climate, it's covered in the snow, right? The snow exists because of the Dragonspine nail that dropped here, and it's basically, it doesn't melt. You can bring it outside of Dragonspine in, like, the form of, like, those, you know, the snowmen that Eula gave us. It doesn't melt. It literally is unmelting. And that's why Venti had Durin fall into Dragonspine snow. It was a very planned out like battle, because Durin fell into the snow that sealed his life force, and he's not dead, he's just sealed. That's why his heart is literally beating underneath the mountain, and it's kind of like it's interesting because he's still alive. His life force is still there. We've known that since the very start. And we also know that Durin's life force has entered the local ley lines, which is how Subject 2 was revived. And that's why that whole event even happened in the first place. And then Subject 2 started using that energy in the ley lines to basically form Subject 3 and etc. So this is like a long explanation. I said I would talk about this for 30 minutes. I meant this. But so Durin's life force has also made the frostbearing tree sentient. It's infected the frostbearing tree. So basically, Durin's blood is all underneath Dragonspine's ley lines. And there's like this battle between the unmelting snow caused by the celestial nail and also the life force that is slowly surging up and seeking vengeance and is corrupted by abyssal energy. And they're kind of like combating each other, but it's currently in some equilibrium. And so the whole thing is that if Albedo's looking for ways to melt the snow, he would probably use Durin's life force. What did he do in the Chalk and Dragon Prince patch? He literally used Traveler's purification abilities in a test to see if he could purify the sword made of Durin's remains. And it did work, and he collected a vial of that. Like, he extracted a sample and kept it. And then in, what was it? In his story quest, he was testing how, like, elements run through the Traveler's being, like, even further, and, like, learning about that. So, Albedo knows of Traveler's purification abilities. Durin's force is slowly rising to the top and pushing that equilibrium. There is now talk, because of Simulanka, that Durin is going to revive. The Traveler and Scaramouche, who has parallels and foils to Albedo in Subject 2, gonna be involved in that quest. And then you have Albedo being an artist and an alchemist, just like how the Princess of South Vindagner was this prophet who painted these like these frescoes that predicted the future. So I think there will be something involving that picture again. I think the snow on Dragonspine could melt if Durin's power like overrules it in some way. But then the Traveler can go and purify Durin. And maybe there might be this is just wishful thinking on my part, but I would like Albedo to finish the 4th fresco because both him and the princess are artists. And it's only fitting if that
And it
4th
would be
fresco
poetic justice.
depicting the thawing of Dragonspine is completed when the thawing actually happens.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's a lot more. There's so much more I could say, but that's like the shortest version I could get. I'm sorry for rambling. There's
no,
there's
it's
so
perfect.
much I could talk about.
Never apologize for talking about Albedo.
I love Albedo.
Albedo.
Is my favorite.
Stephanie just said that she is giving you a standing ovation in her room right now.
Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Wait.
I'm just really happy. I'm like, I can just let Leah just have everything right now because I lived in Dragonspine for early Genshin lore. And then when we had the second event there with the Albedo, it just solidified like, oh yes, this is absolutely future. This is going to be revisited in the future. And it's going to be fantastic when everything plays out just so smoothly. Well,
it won't be smooth at first.
It won't be smooth. It's going to be really chaotic,
but I do think the ending is going to be like Durin is going to become purified. So there's some interesting things with Albedo foreshadowing as well. Like at the end of his story quest, he's like, "What if I destroy Mondstadt? Destroy everything?" And I know that's like some really heavy foreshadowing. I don't know how far into that they're actually going to go, or if it's going to be like a case where Albedo has to stop something else related to him from causing mass destruction, like for example Durin or Subject 2 comes back or Find Dagger comes back or something like that. And if he's already basically like, because I don't know, I felt like part of that was him having self-doubt at fitting in as a human with the rest of society in Mondstadt, but he's like thriving now, and he knows that he can trust the Traveler extensively, and he knows the Traveler has those purification abilities, and he's like opened up very much to the Traveler about like everything going on in his life and how he feels. So I feel like maybe this is just how I interpret him, but he's like green flags to me, and he's like actively trying to separate from his past. There was this whole like moral conundrum that he was debating in Shadows Amid Snowstorms, where it's like, well, you know, my master was the great sinner for creating life. She dared to enter the Garden of the Gods. And he was like, is it really so wrong if I want to do that too? And he's like,
yeah, like ironic considering he just summons a half bishop thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's like actively thinking, like, should I be pursuing this? Like, is this going to lead to the end of the world? Is this like, because he's towing forbidden knowledge, he's towing like the lines like of that are drawn in Teyvat.
Yep.
So like he knows what he's inviting to the world. I don't know if it's so much that he might lose control. Like maybe if it's like a forbidden knowledge situation, he could like get corrupted or something. Also like if his body is made the same way as say like Durin or Elenasis, where like their souls want to get along with everyone, but they're corrupted in some ways and just end up like attacking because like they don't like there's like some inconsistency. I don't know how to explain that.
They see the world differently.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like it's incompatible with Teyvat.
Yeah.
Because I think the way it works, this is a whole nother tangent about Fontaine stuff, but it seems like Rhyndaughter is like summoning souls from another freaking region and then creating like a physical form for them.
I also have thoughts about that, where the Abyss is actually like the Abyss could be like a very neutral thing, and it's like in alchemy it could be equivalent to the prima materia, which is the material foundation, but there's something about like the Abyss as we know it that got really corrupt. just thinking out loud. But
Yeah. No, I don't know, like, so Elenis was like stuck floating in the void, like he had a consciousness but doesn't really remember fully. It was just like dark and black before he was summoned basically and given a physical form by his mother, who has to be Rindaudir in my opinion. And I'm pretty sure it was like similar, like his story parallels Durian's like almost 1-to-1, where he's like summoned and given a physical form, and then it's like, oh, I want to be friends, and then ends up destroying everything instead and has like corrosive like body parts. And Albedo is of the same flesh and blood as the Rift Wolves, as Elenis and Durin, and everything. He was made in the same ways, except he's supposed to be the pinnacle of Rindaudir's creations. He's supposed to be the success. So I understand if there's
perfect one.
I understand if there's some doubt, like if he understands all of this, like what if I lose control like they did? Like what if I'm gonna destroy everything?
It's okay. Their partner, the Traveler, will help them.
That's what
Smile.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We'll purify him. It's
They
fine.
will purify him in the most shoujo sparkle way, and then they'll be
Exactly.
fine. And then it'll be
And
fine.
that's why I ship them. Like,
wait, can I also just say though, if you go back to I think it was Albedo's story. Yeah, where he gets like a flask of like Traveler's juice or whatever.
God,
If you look at
that
it,
out of context is
Sorry, what?
well, no, because
I
he
think
took
that's
like
a fan
Some of
fiction
Traveler's
theory.
essence.
no, he took like blood and hair samples or something. No, I said it all wrong. But at the end, he's like saying like Albedo is saying like, Traveler, you and I are flowers born outside this world. We're very different. We connect on that. And if you look at the flask, it's weirdly this very bright purple magenta like stuff.
It was a flower, right?
There was a flower, but there was a flask. It's not
yeah.
featured. I can find a screenshot, but
I'm like reading. I'm back on his quest on the archive, but yeah, there's no screenshots
Yeah,
here,
Albedo
unfortunately.
has just a jar of the Traveler's essence, says Rue.
Well,
I
actually,
mean,
he has two.
no, that's what it is. That's what it is.
I mean,
he,
it is.
He looks at it and he's like, "We're the same." He
I have-
says that,
I have seen.
which leads me down different roads. But
I think Rindaudir created Albedo in the image of probably the Abyss Twin, not the Traveler.
I've seen like one Albedo Traveler comic that lives in my head rent free.
I know.
I can't remember the artist, but it's essentially how the Traveler leaves and then Albedo just recreates the Traveler and then clips their wings so that they can never leave again. It's very dark, and I was like, "Ooh, this is Albedo." this is Albedo.
I feel like that could have been Albedo
if he hadn't gotten character development, that
Yeah.
absolutely would have been him.
I completely agree with
If
you.
he
I
didn't
think that
get a
is like
Favonius family.
I think that is the path he could have taken. Well, the thing is, he always had the Favonius family, but it wasn't until he met the Traveler that he realized he had it, if that makes sense. Like, he had to do some serious reflection to, like, understand.
I guess,
like...
yeah. He didn't think more, like, for Clea, for example, she was more of a responsibility, I guess,
Yeah.
even though he called her, like, a little sister. But that's also because he was kind of told to call her a little sister.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, like, in Shadows Amid Snowstorms, when they're, like, all eating together, and, like, Yule and Amber were talking about, like, hey, you eat with your friends, right? And I remember there was, like, some realization he had where he just kind of, like, smiled to himself and like looked away. Like,
yeah, I remember that. I was like, "Oh, it's so cute."
He was so happy. Like, I think he really realized that it wasn't only the Traveler he befriended, but it opened up a whole perspective. Like, wow, I actually have all these allies, and I'm not physically like them. Because he talks about in the story quest too. Doctors are able to treat their patients because they are them, and like, I don't know, he feels like he's not like the rest of the people in his life, and he finally realized that in Shadows Amid Snowstorms that yeah, we're connected. And now I feel like after that event, it became like his story transformed from, okay, I need to realize this, to, okay, how do I get my brothers to realize this about their lives? So that's why I feel like the direction his story quest is going to take in the future is going to be less about his growth and more about like him addressing like his family ties and like trying to help like subject to, for example, Endurian, and extending the same perspective that he inherited to them.
One of the things, like I joked about it before, but I also love the idea that Albedo's not Natlan because he just would have solved everything immediately, but he wouldn't say anything because that's just his character. Figure out
Wait,
the
Yep.
wait,
plot.
also consider his
Yep.
birthday letter was like, "Oh, phlogiston, like
Yeah, I hope you
that's a
have
very
fun.
interesting thing."
He's
I
like,
feel
by
like
the
he's
way, I've discovered everything, but you can do it.
no, he's very similar to Alice and like these really big name characters in that regard. Because like the Abyss Twin's similar. The Abyss Twin's like, yeah, just go on your journey and realize everything for yourself.
Mhm.
Um,
Side note,
very interesting.
I personally want Mona and Albedo interaction. So I just think that
Same.
there's
Same. Agreed.
Oh, same.
I want all of like
They never show them to us, even though we know they interact.
Albedo, Klee, Mona, all of the 3
Mhm.
apprentices. I want more for them. Well, actually, no. I don't want more. I don't want more of Klee. We've gotten so much of Klee.
Okay, so
Enough, Klee.
we can move on from Albedo if you guys would, but I want to mention one more thing. So there's this line from his story quest that has lived rent free in my mind ever since I first played it, right before Shadows Amid Snowstorms, and he's basically, yeah, it is the he's talking about like the okay, let me just read it. Albedo says, life is a manifold tapestry of free entities, a loom. Its value shouldn't derive from how long it stays with us. Even a momentary burst is precious. A short life can be well lived. A life lived efficiently, lived to perfection, is necessarily one unburdened by loneliness. So do you understand what I meant about us conversing here arguably being a small miracle? So, I mean, this is like part of his character development where he recognizes that like the traveler is like an important ally, but I also feel like the way he words things is like a huge like allegory for how things function Tevat, and it's like a butterfly effect that he's talking about. We literally have like the loom of fate, and he says life is a manifold tapestry of free entities.
No,
Like,
absolutely.
moving around
absolutely.
and weaving their own story.
He's also very poetic. I really appreciate
Mhm.
that. It's very flowery language, but
He
like
has-
he knows he knows something he's not telling us.
Well,
Albedo!
that's the thing where he and Zhongli to me both have the I get so frustrated with you, because he will say the most flowery romantic thing to the traveler and then like smirk and then be like, well, you'll figure it out, and then he'll just like go on his own way. And it's just like, please. But yeah, I look forward to Albedo, aka the main character of Genshin Impact.
In
Wait,
the love of my life. Mm-hmm.
Can I also just say though, in the 5.0 live stream, they did say the Archon quest was 5.0, 5.1, and 5.3.
And 5.2 is going to be during melting.
It has to be. It has to be
Yeah.
Dragon's
Yeah.
Fine. It's literally.
Mhm.
I looked
It
it,
has
up.
to.
It's like mid-November when
Yeah.
it's released.
finally.
It has to be like a Dragon's
Finally.
Guys, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna freaking lose it when I come. Like, please think of
We
me.
need
Please keep
Dragon
me
Spine
in your
events every
thoughts.
winter. They've been skipping them, and I've been malding in silence about it.
Well, wait, was it only last year or?
I think they've skipped it twice now, or was it once? Whatever it
Okay,
was,
well-
even one time is too many times.
Okay, Owl. To be fair, I distinctly remember Garmouche being released early December of one of those years, so I think you were
So?
okay that year.
I was not. It's tradition, okay? I can't describe how beautiful and meaningful Dragon's Spine release was and how gorgeous, and it's like holiday music, and like it was winter time when it came out, and I was finally starting to understand the game more, and I loved it so much. Where?
Aw.
Bring it back. More Dragon Spine.
So that's my prediction.
Yep, I just keep me in your thoughts and prayers. Patch drops. I'm trying to get out like a huge video before then. I don't know if that's realistic, but like it's honestly like a master's thesis. I feel like I'm freaking writing up like, God, I don't know. I am.
Leah, if you need any help with like any video editing stuff, that's where I'm really good at. Audio stuff, obviously, you have that covered. I suck at that shit, but I can help
Okay.
you with if you have any
I will
difficulties.
pay you. You could be my editor. I'm actually
Oh.
gonna hire an editor for it. I'm not gonna edit it myself, so.
Okay, to be fair, editing is my favorite part of the process. So
Writing scripts is my favorite part of the process. We're a match made in heaven. Okay,
well,
send me
okay,
your
we
raids.
can work it out, or if like someone else, like I mean, there are plenty of like really good video editors there.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you need some help,
Mm-hmm.
you know where I am.
Thank you.
Ping me. Yeah, ping me.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I love this Natlan lore stream, which mostly about
Well, I
Albedo.
did want to
Just
ask
Albedo.
about Capitano, but I didn't want to interrupt conversation
No,
about
can we talk more
Albedo.
about? Can we? Yeah, I think we should talk more about Copy.
Our third attempt at Capitano.
Who's that?
Oh,
Okay.
he's just the most handsome man. Oh my god, like this void man.
Actually, I think I'm done for tonight.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm personally interested if you guys have predictions for who he is, because I know there have been like a million theories, but I think we're narrowing down a little bit. Maybe.
I like the Capitano equals Moonlocker equals Bloodstained Night theory.
Ooh, still.
But I don't really know. I don't know of the other theories that seem more plausible.
I guess I've seen just a lot of theories focusing now on the fact that because he had a Night Soul aura in Archon Quest,
Oh, that he belongs to one of the tribes.
yeah, that he's a part of like from Natlan. But I've seen arguments where it could be like, oh, he's from elsewhere, but maybe similar to Traveler, maybe that he got an ancient name and became a part of Natlan.
I mean, did he
So-
have?
We
I
know
really want
virtually
borrowed
nothing.
Olarunes.
We
He
know
has a
virtually
glow
nothing
around
about.
him.
He does, yeah. And I do remember like the theories that that could be like related to him having an ancient name. And I think it makes sense that he could be from Natlan, but he also like was kind of working with Olaroon, who should be Cryo, right?
Oh, in the trailer, you can actually see his vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Capitano's Cryo?
Yeah.
Oh no,
All runes.
Olaroon.
Oh, Oleron? I thought he was Electro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
oh
he's
yeah,
Electro.
okay.
Elec-
Wait, he is
elect-
Electro.
Electro Bow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not caught up on Olaroon stuff, I'm not gonna lie.
There's just like a little glimpse of it in the trailer. I think I've seen a screenshot of it.
He reminds me of Ikuto Tsukuyomi from Shigachara.
Oh my god!
He's like a cat or wolf boy. I mean, both of them are cat boys, basically, but since he has one of his ears hidden behind his hood or hoodie.
Capitano Catboy.
No, Ororon. If
No, but
if
like,
Capitano
if we
was a cat,
extrapolate,
no, I don't like the idea of Capitano. If anything, I would want him to be a dragon, but like
Wait,
I'll take
What do you
Cat
mean
Boy,
that?
as long as they don't cheat me out
Capitano-
of his ears and tail the way they did with Lene.
like
Scammed.
Capitano as a dragon just sound like it just feels so cool to me. But then also it's the like even looking at his design, he does have like dragon scales that are just like aesthetic
Very
for his gauntlets, but they're not like in my opinion, I don't think they're actually his scales because it just looks
Wait.
like it's on his gauntlets.
Okay, wait, actually hear me out. I just realized something. So, I mean, in terms of the Fatui, we've had in different regions. Squaramouche is literally from Inazuma, and he was in Inazuma's arc. Dottore is Zandik from Sumeru. So, and Arlecchino's from Fontaine. So, honestly, it checks out that Capitano would be from Natlan at this point.
Ancient name bearer Capitano, let's go. Someone
Because it
And-
fits the pattern.
And also the way that Capitano. So in the Archon quest, he's like, Mavuika, there are all these rules, but they're not working, so we need to redo them, right? But in the trailer, sorry to spoil for for the lore keepers who haven't watched it, but he's like, he has a line where he's like, if I could go back, I would save them all.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
indicates some sort of like
Yeah.
deeper connection, like to the history.
And I'm just
okay,
like,
that's why. Okay, sorry. Go on, Kiryu.
See, I want to talk more about Capitano, but I can't because it's quest spoiler.
Oh, well, I was
I'm
gonna say
sorry.
that's why I'm theorizing that Capital and Mavlika have the same goals, but they're trying to achieve them in different ways.
I just
And it's like the inverse of what happened in Fontaine with Arlecchino and Farina, who are trying. Well, it was Fossil Lore, but they're trying to do like the same thing in different ways. They're trying to subvert the prophecy.
I think whoever should give me the option to hold Capitano's hand. He seems like a nice gentleman.
Oh my god,
Mhm.
can we just hold
For
his
sure.
hand? Twirl's hair?
I just want to hold his hand. He just seems like really
so
sweet.
handsome.
Tano character
Oh my
quest where we
God.
just
He's
go on a
like
date.
so righteous, and he's
such
like
a gentleman.
he's such a gentleman. Like he's super sweet. Like you guys just don't know.
Barry in my chat saying that line sounds so Conrian of him, low key, and I agree.
Well,
I'm going
and-
to
He does use his sword to
respectfully
talk to me.
I'm going to respectfully say, for my mental health, he cannot be kind. That is all I will say.
Oh, okay, interesting. I was gonna say like
Because
I guess I can't
had
rule out he's not Conrian. But...
I had like an hour conversation with
Oh.
a friend who is really big into Genshin lore as well. But they have a theory as to like the idea that Capitano could be Conrian. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna say no because I just, for my mental health, no. But they were like, it's possible. It's not impossible because you know, Conrians have been just about in every region and like things of that nature. I won't go too deep into it because it involves world quest stuff. But I firmly do believe that Capitano is from Natlan. I do think that he has ties to the ancient history, specifically of Natlan. I almost said Conria. Oh my god, it's infecting my brain. But like, but it's just one of those things where I'm excited for him. So that's all I'll say. Twirl's hair, and I'm sorry. I also hope I don't sound
Okay.
really condescending or anything
No, you
or
don't.
dismissive about the world quest. I really don't. Like I'm sorry.
No,
And-
I respect that you have not spoiled anything. Like genuinely, I will go do my homework assignments.
Because yeah, like and I'm the type of person where when it comes to Genshin lore, I personally love theories. And even crack theories that people may not feel confident about. I feel the more unconventional a theory may sound, the better, because I think it's so fun speculating. Because
Yes,
the way that Genshin is
agree.
written, quite literally, like it takes a lot to completely disprove something. And so I feel like you could connect things in so many different ways. And then who knows, you could even have the most crack theory and it ends up being correct. So like, you know, so I don't know. I love
agree.
that.
And I love that too. Like honestly, like I connect with you in this moment because it's like that's what I love about it. It's like you can make a crack theory, but as long as like the existing lines of evidence are there, you can still make it sound kind of reasonable. And unless disproven, it can exist. But it's just fun, right? And
Yeah.
I think that's the important part.
I
I agree.
really like Genshin. I think it's just so fun. And even though there are moments where I like want to like rip my hair out because I'm like, what does this mean? I'm also like, oh, this is very fun. And then the payoff is just really nice too. Even if I'm wrong. Like, because like I don't always want to be correct, or I don't actively try to make like everything needs to be 100% all the time, because I feel like that wouldn't be fun. for me after a
It
certain
would
point.
that'd be boring. That'd be boring if you could predict everything.
So trying to get to that unique, like that good comfy area it's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of Natlan's cards is really completely unrelated. The fiery
Which
dragon
one?
name card is really,
Oh,
really
yeah.
comfy. I think we should stare at it.
Is reawakening it? What?
I think we should look at it.
Just smile. Looks at it.
Smile
Smiles.
and wave. Smile and wave.
Okay, sus. God, I love name cards. They just tell you everything.
I love I
They tell you
specific
so much.
I love this dragon. I think this dragon's really, in fact.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I love dragons in general.
I
so-
love dragon.
Okay, unrelated, but Travel Notes Primal Fire. Hoyo's really trying to avoid getting sued by Nintendo.
Oh yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Better be
Oh,
careful with that.
Well, it's okay to make references, right?
No,
But
References are fine, but there's a difference between like reference and then going like full Power World.
yeah, no. Have you heard about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Pal World is apparently getting sued.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Mhm.
apparently, okay, so one of my friends, Owl knows him, came up with a theory. It because a patent has to be, pretty specific. That it's about using a container to catch an animal and then also release it from the container. And Pal World does that.
Apparently
Well,
they've
Genshin does it
that's
too.
been
You can catch things
copyrighted.
in the ubiquitous net.
Yeah, but
No,
you can't
but
you can't
you
release
can't
them
release-
as like something to fight alongside you, which is I think apparently the specific patent that they have, which is
I
like the
don't
basis for
know.
the lawsuit.
Shh, be careful. Just mentioning Nintendo. We'll all disappear tomorrow.
No one's gonna hear from us again.
But I'm just excited for when the time comes and we're all able to like talk even more in depth about Natlan lore, because I can't express enough how I love ancient world building in any game. Like it makes me
yeah.
the most excited because I like learning about the different regions, the people. I love also, on that note, have we examined Natlan's architecture?
A little
Kiryu?
bit. So there's definitely the unified civilization architecture
Wait.
on that one.
Kiryu, are you thinking of a Reddit specific?
Reddit
Maybe?
post specifically? No, I just meant like in a general sense.
Oh, okay. Because I've noticed some things, but then there's been a Reddit post which I think brought some things maybe into context.
If you can find it, definitely link it to me because it would be interesting.
Yeah.
But I have Natlan's architecture is one like, and especially as you explore more into the region, I feel like it could be a conversation within itself.
Oh yeah.
It's really, really exciting, to be honest. And that's one of the things too with Natlan. Like, I'm excited for the quests and the world building, but I'm also like standing emoji.
And Kiryu, are you
Kind of.
referencing like the old ruins before you get to the Night Kingdom, like on the path there?
Not specifically, but I know what you mean.
Like that type of architecture, or is there something else?
No comment.
I see.
Though, I mean, that is a conversation within itself because you can. I think every person who loves Genshin Impact lore, we can identify ruins and very specific ruins. So.
Okay.
yeah.
slightly- Like unrelated, but slightly related to the last topic. So Natlan Fiery Dragon, is it just me, or is this one half to the other name card that is Divine Army?
It is, and all I can say is
Do the world quest?
Almost as if you read my mind.
I see.
We are getting bullied, Leah.
Okay.
No, I don't want to ever seem like I'm bullying anyone. I'm gonna
We
like
are
stop.
being
I'm so
beat up
sorry.
psychologically.
No, no. Oh my god, that makes me so uncomfortable. I will no, absolutely
No,
not.
I'm sorry, I don't mean it.
Wait, but
We'll
speaking
do
of
our
like sort of
homework for next time.
literal like environmental design. Have you guys noticed that number 1, the volcano will explode occasionally, but number 2, there are some ruins in the distance.
Yes.
There is a
Mhm.
cloud hovering above it that looks like it's a part of the skybox, but it is not.
It's not.
It is a cloud above above the ruins. I'm excited for this cloud.
I will say for this cloud specifically, it's one of the reasons, like, perhaps in the future, if I am able, I absolutely want, I mean, I could just go on the Genshin wiki, but I want Kenichi. And that is honestly all I can say. I will ramble to you, Rue, but that's all I can say. That cloud. It's so like I wish I had Kenichi. I really do. Man. And also can't wait to do the tribal quests too. But yeah, there is so much good stuff and I'm so excited. Also, there's a radiant spin crystal over here, Leah.
Where's my donut? Where's my pineapple slice? Where is it?
Well,
Oh,
it's
what?
right here.
You have to
Great.
find Kiryu for the treasure.
Albedo must find Mona.
Wait, I spy a Pyroculus. Hold on.
Oh, there's a Pyroculus, but how else? However will you get it?
What the fuck?
I will say though, I just came over here to study it. I would be very careful over here because you will trigger a world quest.
Is this one of the ones you want me to do, Kiryu? Is that why you led me here? Do you get me interested in this world quest?
No,
I'm
I
gonna
came
do it
here.
right now.
I came here because I want. Oh my gosh!
Is it raining?
It's raining! It's raining! Oh my gosh! Look at the little.
Oh my god!
Look at the.
Oh my god! He
He's
has
using
a little
the eggshell
helmet.
as an umbrella.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait, look at his
Yep.
eyes. It's like
Stop.
like cross-eyed.
Oh.
Like
Yeah,
The
no, that's the pattern
eggshell.
on the
Yeah,
shell,
on the
and I was like,
eggshell.
oh, what a cute little pattern. I never expected it to be utilized like this. Oh my
No, but in
god.
Oh, that's so
so
cute. That is so stinking cute.
in all seriousness though,
Stop.
no, I did not lead you here purposefully, Leah. I came here because I wanted
You
to
see its little
examine
face.
the ruins a bit more, and I didn't want to risk you triggering any world quests. But I mean,
why do these
Just
look like
want to see its
Encodomia?
little face.
It's very
it's
Okay, his
so
eyes are open
cute.
under there.
it's very Enko, right?
In the castle.
Haha, am I
Jane's like,
right?
It's a Pyroculus. Oh my gosh. I love the idea of. Okay, I was gonna say I was looking at Kenichi, but he decided to just Spider-Man, so never mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just getting the Pyroculus.
No, in all seriousness, I think that's just canonical Kenichi. There's this really cute promotional video that was about Natlan, and specifically it was like a race between Kachina, Mualani, and Kenichi. And there was a moment where Mualani like fell or something, and they did like the cute little shoujo thing of Kenichi catching her, and he's like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, yeah. And he's like, "Good. Spider-Man's at like 80 miles an hour." And I'm like, "Yep, that's
hilarious.
that's Kenichi."
Where is this taking me?
But no,
Goodbye, my friends.
Where did you go?
I don't know.
What
I'm on a
happened?
platform. I've never seen them move.
What platform? What? Oh my god, you're up there.
Yeah, this one like just moved upwards. I've never seen one of them do that before. It's crazy.
I only have
Alright.
Mualani, so I cannot stylishly get up.
Alright, Kiryu, 110 pull and you'll get him.
Yeah, it's so
I-
easy.
I do not have a 10 pole.
You could just find the Saurian to indwell and yoink.
But like, do I
Just
want to
take it
like?
away from its children.
I'm giving you my luck. I do not even have 1600 Prima Gems to pull.
Okay? So this particular one just moves. Okay.
I have
look
lost
at
my
them.
my team members.
Yeah,
I do not know who they
where
are.
anyone is. What is
I'm
this?
just gonna
coming
go to
back
the
up,
chaos
don't
waypoint.
here.
worry.
It's chaos.
I'm just gonna stay at the waypoint and be comfy. These little, like the little mechanics in Natlan are so hilarious because it's like, oh, you don't have to 5-star. Here's a dragon, so you can use.
Here's your discount 5-star.
Here's your-
No,
here-
that's good though. Like, because then it's
Yeah,
like
it's- here's
not
your free-
forcing
here's-
you to pull them just to
here's
do
your-
puzzles.
Here's your free to play option.
Mm-hmm. It's good. It's good.
Wait,
But
I
yes.
will say I really like using them.
Oh, I love the Saurians and also Saurian
Mhm.
history. Oh, never mind.
Oh my god. We're so sorry for existing.
No, you're fine. If anything, I'm just gonna listen to this in the VOD and be like, wow, I whined so much. I'm so sorry, everyone.
No. You're perfect.
Smay.
Don't worry.
So when I mentioned that, oh, they have like the Saurians you can use if you don't have the 5-star, and Smay says, yes, Hoyoverse basically says, here you go, brokey.
Oh my god. Smay Genshin Impact. I still remember Wanderer Gaming. I still remember that.
So Wander's first banner will always be so crazy to me, and it will be the main reason why I will always stan Wander to a degree, is because on that banner specifically, not only did I get him in one pull, but I got C6 Mona on that banner, and I love Mona Magistus. So because of
Nice,
Wander,
nice.
I will always be grateful. Always.
Yes, as you should be. He is perfection.
And
The
I
real main character of Genshin, I'm sorry.
also want to see Wander interact with Mona because I want to see brats with hats argue.
Oh, and
Yep.
we were so close in the event. Like,
Yeah.
with so many points.
So
like,
close.
Kaya was in one place, Mona was in another, and then
Mhm.
Wanderer and Albedo
Mo-
and Klee and Fischl were in the other corner.
You know what I hate? They do this. They like have these interactions start happening off screen because they don't like actually put them in an event, and I'm afraid of that happening for some of these characters.
Terrified, yeah.
Like for
And then-
example, like Cole eventually like visited Mondstadt so many times after Smear's Archon quest, and we just never saw those first interactions. It's like,
I'm
man.
not bothered by that. I just want like the good shit like
Yeah.
in an interaction, you know? I want some not confrontation, but you know, I want some development. I want some lore. I want
Yeah,
some
but like if
intrigue.
the development happens off screen, that's when I.
Oh,
get
I don't-
sad.
I
Wanderer
think
Mona
they would
should
do
be
that.
amazing
They
as well.
have. Like they did it for Cole, and it just makes me sad. I don't know.
Like a part of me genuinely would love to have an interaction with Wander and Mona in which he makes one of many offhanded comments about fate, and it once again makes her just be like,
Makes her mauled.
well, that and the fact that she's like, who are you talking to? No. Also,
But yeah, it should be so interesting because he might remember her if she was memorable enough for him, but like
Yeah.
she won't. But then
She
there's like
won't.
the whole star thing, and it's like, oh, what is she? She's gonna try to read him immediately. So like, what is she gonna see?
well, I personally love the idea that he would only, like, he referred to her as that mage. And I'm just like, that's so funny to me. Because she's just like, excuse me. Also,
who the fuck are you? And he's like, ah, shit, oops.
I just want to take a moment to talk about the Hydro Wyob in the archive. I love like biblically accurate looking enemies. I love the Wyob designs. They're not like angels in terms of like the actual design, but I love the Wyob manifestation designs. Like it's so cool.
Mhm.
Oh,
Wyob
they
are
look really
awesome.
cool.
Dude,
Wait,
what are you doing? Attack the enemy! I'm so
Also,
tired
And
of this, man.
since-
also their sound design when they do that big, it's not a roar,
Noise,
it's not
yeah.
the noise when you encounter them. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta run, and then I run away.
So I'm most curious because every single tribe is associated with an element. So with the remainder of Natlan, we'll probably get 3 other Wyobes of
Where's Pyro?
Different element.
It's probably-
where's my Vanessa
it's
lore?
either going to be like electro, cryo, pyro, but like when you think of the flower feather clan and then the collective of plenty, I'm blanking, but one really tends to lean into like animo with their like philosophies and things,
Yeah,
and the other one is
so
pyro. So I feel
we-
like we would get
yeah,
Wyobes of
that-
them.
we don't
So-
have Pyro, right?
I
No.
thought no, but like who, I can't remember exactly the tribe that's directly in front of the volcano. Is it
Isn't
the
it-
collective of plenty?
Isn't it Electro? Isn't it
Or
Hyunsun?
let me actually just look this up
Because we don't
now.
have a tribe in game yet.
Okay, so the three remaining tribes are the Masters of the Night, Collective of Plenty, and then Feather and Flower Clan. And
And we just
Feather
don't
and
have a
Flower
pyro.
Clan has the Pukasaurs, which seem like they should be pyro, but because they fly and they're all about flying, I feel like they're more animo. So my personal interpretation is that these are the
like the
6
people
elements.
use them to fly, as far as I remember.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
these are the elements all aside from pyro, because they're not, they're less about being like the pure elements and more about the interactions with pyro.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that's what
Hmm.
I thought as well. Like, basically, they're all united under Pyro, like, as the region. But then we also have Vanessa's clan that just straight up freaking left Natlan at some
Yeah,
point. So maybe they're the missing Pyro clan.
Maybe
but
they
the
were
other
erased
thing-
from the annals of history.
The other thing, Cheska, we know Cheska is animal, so her clan must be animal. We don't have a Pyro clan.
And
Also,
then
just shout out to Barry saying the Wyobes feel like Columbia's soft launch.
I
I f-
mean,
I mean,
based on
probably.
the fan art, yeah.
I mean, also that and the fact that enemies and then boss designs and even like previous characters before we got Fiorina, I think they really wanted to test like the very lavish, big poofy dress kind of thing, which leaves me hopium that they're gonna have that for Columbina. Because after I look at Fiorina and I look at Navia having really detailed like flowy designs like that, so it wouldn't ask me if they have something similar, plus like wing stuff with Columbina. Otherwise I'll be very sad. That being said, I have been reading so much of the Natlan like actual weapon lore and artifact lore, of which are very interesting reads, but the gemstone shakes. The gemstone. I know the name that it's supposed to be. Or at least I firmly so something that I really have to know is that I've already taken screenshots of it, but I really wonder if after the Natlan Archon quests they will reveal that censored name, even though I'm so excited. I'm
Is
so
it-
excited.
Is it tied to the Will quest?
The name? No.
Yeah.
No. You can quite literally I don't want to say putting two and two together, but I also don't want to lead you into any direction, but yeah,
Wait, but I feel like that could be a possibility because previously, like in Sumeru, you delete things from Irminsul and the text gets changed.
not only did
Same
text
thing.
get changed, but voice lines are just removed or certain things are removed entirely.
Yeah.
So that's why
but- Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I already obsessively take screenshots and videos of things. And so in this case, I've already taken a screenshot of the gemstone and certain dialogue for that, because I feel in this case specifically, I think there's a connection in my mind. And if this is confirmed, I'm gonna let out the biggest scream. I'll just say that I'm very excited. I'm so excited. I've been staring at the gemstone for so long.
Well, my thinking is that like if there's any change in the Night Kingdom, which is effectively Natlan ley lines, it could have some heals. But I don't have anything beyond. But and I also don't know. Like I feel like you're hiding some secret, but that you don't have to reveal. But I'm getting the vibe. You know? You're passing the vibe. I get it.
I'm giving you my energy. I hope the ley lines are connected in a way in which you will know. Also, do we have any theories on the divine nail in the Night Kingdom? I do.
I do, but I feel like I kind of feel like it might take. I'm still cooking on thoughts, but it's
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm also still cooking.
But I think as it stands in my brain, this would take me like 20 minutes to like explain.
That's me explaining. I can never explain things correctly or articulately the first time, and I just end up repeating myself. So I feel like I'm so bad at it.
But if you want my brief, like sort of like idea here, the nail looks like it's. How do I say that? It looks like it's in stasis. It looks like it was falling, and it's a snap.
Yep.
To me.
When I saw that, I was like, "This hasn't actually dropped." TM smile. Yeah. That's how I interpreted it.
I have some thoughts. They mostly connect with the chasm. There's so many chasm parallels, and I feel like in the chasm, the nail kind of counteracts. And like all the substances made from the nail and like how the nail like affects like the local ores into the chasm counteracts like the abyssal powers. So basically I feel like there's something there that you can connect with what's going on in the Night Kingdom, and because like if you go to the Night Kingdom it looks like the freaking like cursed chasm ruins. So why is that like 1-to-1 almost? Why?
Because I feel this is just me speculating, but I feel that there will be at least 2 regions we will explore. And that has me excited. And this is just theorizing on my end, but
I think that makes sense. I think honestly we'll probably get more than 2. Yeah, just assuming we get like I don't know.
Wait,
7
3.
to
3.
10.
My apologies. I think 3. 3. I feel I'm leaning heavily into that we would be able to.
Okay, guys, my chat is saying so many good things. Hold on.
Wait, what? I'm so sorry. Sorry.
No. I just want to like show you guys. So, well, first off, Barry's saying they need to turn the nail off and on again. Put celestial nail in rice, and then let's see. There's another comment that says the Night Kingdom is like a spiritual place, right? So the nail is really physically like. Is the nail really physically there? And then Barry asks, how did it bypass the surface of Natlan to get to the Night Kingdom? Like, the overworld is unaffected by the nail itself, but the chasm seems affected by the physical intrusion of the nail.
I have an idea. So, I'm so sorry to interject, but it has to do with my current ongoing crack theory I have about the kingdom.
About what?
Oh, about why the nail... So
no, you just cut off.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, okay, so... I kind of leaned back. Sorry. Okay, so how did it bypass the surface? Because if the Night Kingdom is described like the Wyab are described as being from below, how did it get there and why is it hanging out there? So I have an idea that is kind of a crack theory, which I don't know if I can get into, but I think I might have an idea. Sorry, I'm not providing much information here. Sorry.
Where is this going?
Anyway, others, thoughts?
I'm so sorry. I just like zoned out because I was I just zoned I'm so sorry. I was listening, but I just went into lore mode. Owlet, you are Okay, you were clipping through the floor in the most horrifying way as Kanich.
Oh no.
So
I'm just practicing my rope slides.
I'm so sorry. So what was your question, Rue? I'm sorry.
Oh no, no, your ideas about this question about like why is the nail there, basically.
So
That's all.
what's
And how does it not affect the overworld?
Because
So-
I have my theory, but I want you guys to go first, and I don't know how much.
I almost
My
called.
theory is pretty cracked, so.
So it's so fascinating to me that, like most very interesting TM things, like actual entities or figures, items, etc., in Tavat can exist in impossible spaces or spaces that otherwise people would not be able to normally get to. The divine nail, to me, it, like the traveler, is able to purify the abyss, but it in itself can also be directly like opposed as to, like, if we recall in the chasm where we had an entire series of quests needing to purify it and like remove the dark mud, quote unquote dark mud, to make sure that it was able to exist TM and continue to purify things. But for me, I feel that, one, these are just very loose theories. I do firmly believe that the divine nail it hasn't completely dropped, quote unquote. It is being, like, the forces at will within Natlan are doing everything they can to keep it. Or the Night Kingdom, a crack theory, the Night Kingdom could have been an actual original place that existed in ancient Natlan, and the Natlan that we see is shrugs, like, in the sense that I don't think, not necessarily that the real Natlan is the Night Kingdom, but I think the divine nail is more so, like, I can't explain like cosmic space as well, and I know it's in the spiritual realm, but I think it more or less comes down to the divine nail was originally sent to quell the abyss during the cataclysm, but for some reason in Natlan it was not able to do that, or it was prevented to specifically. I'm not sure how else to properly word it.
I think I kind of get what you're saying, because my analogy head would be eternal this, even though that was like very much like a reconstruction, but like, does that make sense? Am I crazy?
You're saying the Eternal Oasis, right? You cut out again.
Yeah, the Eternal Oasis,
Yeah, it's
which
like,
is like a snapshot of a divine nail before it hit the oasis.
yes.
Wait,
And
is that oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Mind you, Deshret also was using the divine nail to keep the divine nail that is within the storm, the desert, to keep the eternal oasis as it is, even though the magic that contains the eternal oasis is fading, and we learn that through Lilupar. I can't help but wonder if the divine nail was also like another last resort to purify or save the Night Kingdom. But like, attempting to draw power from the divine nail is not only difficult, but it will have its effects, TM. Also, I feel like I'm Leah, you've been wanting to talk, so I'm sorry.
It's okay. Can I interject with something Saber just said? Saber said, remember how there was the literal net to act as a symbolic net to get Kachina's ancient name? Probably there was a real nail on the surface, but it's been moved.
Yeah, so the difference between like quote reality versus quote concepts.
Yes.
'Cause, like you have a real net, and you can imagine using that real net to reach into the Night Kingdom to pull out the ancient name. It's kind of like how Albedo can imagine creating a chief of fish
Oh,
attack.
you.
Oh, you. Oh, you. It was Albedo all along, of course.
No, it's just that's how I'm like comparing it in my mind.
It's how you're
not,
built.
It's not that
We
it's
get
Albedo.
it.
I'm using Albedo to help understand.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen that like picture of a pipe and it's like, is this a pipe? Like, is this actually a pipe?
Wait, but guys, this concept of this like the net catching concepts, I think is actually directly related to Albedo, because what is a blueprint except you know, something that creates reality from a concept? So it's like a reverse thing. Does that make sense?
It does.
Mhm.
Have you ever seen this image I just posted in the Discord?
Oh, this is not a.
Yeah, this is not a pipe because it's an image of a pipe.
Mhm.
It's kind of like the reverse of
Is
this.
it une pipe?
I have no idea how to pronounce it.
Une pipe?
Wait, I could try to pronounce it for all of us. Ceci
Oh.
n'est pas une pipe.
Amazing.
Thank you, Katie.
There, perfect.
I
Nailed
knew
it.
you were French and hiding it from us.
Me just here trying to piss off half of Europe. Anyway, yes, I'm a linguist, guys. Trust me.
Yeah, you are. You speak German on the daily, right?
Perfectly, in fact.
Yes.
Yeah, the nail being in the Night Kingdom is really interesting to think about because, like, I don't know, my thoughts about it are very half-baked, but it does seem like the Night Kingdom is, like, not really a place, like, literally underneath Tevat. It's, like, some other realm, similar to how in Fontaine you enter the Narcissus Ordo by reading that book. It's, like,
Yes.
something you, like,
Hmm.
put yourself in, I don't know,
So,
It's like-
so
pocket dimension.
if I could summarize my half-baked, like not even half-baked thought in 1 minute, it's that I think, going back to this idea that this falling nail is a snapshot, I think the Night Kingdom is not a space, but a slice of time.
Slice of what?
A slice of time.
A slice of time, a slice or slice of time. Perhaps either the beginning or the end, but somewhere where it's like everything is very different. And I think that's because, sorry, I know I'm obsessed with like this thing that Mavuika said about the shape of time, about the past, present, and future coexisting equally all at once.
Venti. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but to me, like, my feeling is that, like, I feel like she said we had that dialogue for a reason. So I think there's going to be some time bullshit going on, unfortunately for all of us.
I
But,
also agree.
I have thoughts.
Oh,
Sorry, go on. No, finish your thought, and then I. Yeah. Sorry.
okay, so and the reason I'm so obsessed with this fact is that, do you guys remember in patch 4.4 when the book Time Trekker dropped?
I'm thinking of that. I'm also thinking of the seed of time Istaroth gave Makoto.
It's all connected.
Yep.
It's all guys. Blackboard
so
with
yeah.
the strings. It's all
We
connected.
have-
Time Trekker talked about this explicitly.
We have the same thoughts, I think.
Yeah. So
like,
go ahead.
is it like
guys have-
literally that like you enter the Night Kingdom and you're like going back in time to fight the Cataclysm when it was happening? Like you're fighting the attack of the Abyss on Natlan. It's like that time's like frozen or something in place.
I
Like-
haven't thought that far ahead, but I think it's a slice in time
That
somewhere.
would be
Or it's
pretty
like some
cool.
it's something that in this theory that Mavuika presents, it's like some slice of time that exists co-equivalently with us right now in the
Well,
present.
like,
So
my
it could be the
question is,
future, it could be the past. I
And
don't
I've
know
had-
because the
I-
past is the future.
I've had this question since like we started the freaking Arthur quest for Natlan and learned about the Night Kingdom. Like, why is the Abyss still freaking attacking Natlan like this? Like why? Like, we've had like miniature operations in other regions, but nothing on this scale. Like where they're treating it as like a full-out war. It's almost like they're still fighting the Cataclysm in some ways. And if that's true, if they have to travel to the Night Kingdom, which is like a slice of time, like the Eternal Oasis, like frozen in time, almost to speak, then. Like, was the Abyss just contained in, like, another, like, dimension or something? And they slowly have to, like, whittle it away?
Yeah, so that's my thinking. I think the Abyss kind of transcends whatever Tevat concept of time is. I think that's
Wait,
sort of some
wait.
of the power of the Abyss. Oh,
Wait,
sorry, go ahead.
Cartalia story.
Because that's why it looks like the chasm, because the chasm had, like, it was also attacked during the Cataclysm and looked like that. It still looks like that in some parts. But that's why it would look just like the chasm. It's an intentional reference.
Oh, we're
And
cooking.
also
We're
time
cooking.
there is
We're cooking, guys.
time
We're
there is
cooking.
Looks like the
different in
freaking chasm!
general.
And the nail fell. Wait, when did the nail fall in the chasm again?
The nail. Oh, my apologies.
Oh no, go ahead, Kiryu.
So I think when it comes to the divine, I think for the chasm, there isn't a specific time, but we do that. There was a solar chariot. I think we learned about it. Just hold on. I have to really focus for a moment.
Okay, well,
I think. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, while Kiryu's thinking, I want to say something else that connects this theory. So,
Okay, let's go.
so Barry says in chat that would explain why they have to constantly go fight the Abyss but aren't progressing. And I'm just thinking of the revive mechanism. Like, how else can that happen unless it's like a simulation of like or something of what happened like 500 years ago that you get like dragged back out of. Like, it's not like an actual space and like reality, like because like it's if you're going back in time, I don't know. This is a half-baked thought. But like it should be possible to just like drag someone out of a space that isn't even like in your current reality, right?
The thing is with the divine, like to my knowledge, the divine nail, we aren't giving, and I could be completely misremembering, we aren't given a specific time that the nail was dropped. However, there was a nail, like there was an ancient civilization that was in the chasm that's older than Conria, which I mean isn't saying much. There are many ancient civilizations that are older than Conria, but it's
So
the
basically
fact
the nail
that
was already there during the Cataclysm.
like it's the fact that it's been there, and we also learned like it had been there for a specific amount of time too, because we know of the Vishop fossils that
Hold
we
on!
found.
Wait, Kiryu! Wait, Kiryu! Oh my god! Wait, there's more. Okay, so remember when? Oh, what patch was that? But like, we literally go to like another freaking dimension with Xiao, and it's because of the effects of the nail.
Yes, we go into a very specific domain
And
where
we
the
see the time
Yaksha,
slices.
where
We
the
see the time slices.
yes,
This is a time anomaly. Oh god, I'm gonna lose my brain. Guys, I'm gonna morgue.
because
I'm going
mind
to
you,
morgue.
because mind you, the space that everyone went into, specifically that that chasm event series, that space was directly underneath the nail.
It was literally connected to the nail. Like, it
And
had to have
Yaksha-
been. There's nothing
yes.
else that would have caused that. And the Night Kingdom is literally connected to this stupid nail.
And then the Yaksha and I think the Millilith soldiers had to seal it, you know, but they sealed it because it, as well as them before they perished, were
like,
the
a whole
abyssal
time.
threat. Like they contained the abyssal threat.
That was all like time shenanigans too. Like, we literally like went back in time, and at some point, like, we're like looking at everything that happened back then, like goes to the past. Is it what the fucking Night Kingdom is? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry. What?
Wait, and this is what Mamuiko meant. And what I also meant when I said the past present, and future coexist equally. There is no past, there is no future, because the past is the future.
Very melancholy, very melancholy, very melancholy, very melancholy.
The future will save the past.
Not the other way around.
This
Not
is
the
exactly
God.
why I have Vera's melancholy on
Sorry
my
guys,
overlay.
sorry guys. You guys have like touched upon like something, a very sensitive topic for me.
Vera's melancholy is also one of my brain rots. Handshake.
I literally no handshaking right now. I literally think about Vera's melancholy at least 3 times a week.
Well, time is
I
don't
used
wanna
to
say
think
every
about
day.
it so often that there's some things that I've overthought into oblivion that I just stopped thinking about.
Time is convoluted in Tavat. However, I personally have just been of the belief that time doesn't really exist in Tavat like that. And by that, I mean, as Malika said, the past, present, and future all exist the same time, like at the same time, consistently, and it repeats itself. And so, even though I had a headache with Time Tracker, I think like when you really think about the past events and what is currently happening, and that's why the Night Kingdom is so like particular to me, is because they just describe it as like a spirit realm, but that can't, like, as you've both discussed like in a very detailed manner, it wouldn't exist, like it wouldn't exist. It doesn't make sense as to why the divine, like, not it doesn't make sense, but the divine nail is there in the Night Kingdom, but we do not see it on the surface.
Kiryu. That's why the spirits of the ancestors are there, because it's just like the chasm, and they like, oh my god. Wait, you guys know what I'm trying to say, right?
I'm afraid to say any.
Like the spirits of their ancestors are literally in the Night Kingdom because it's like a capture. It's like the Sinshings in Konomiya.
Outside of space, outside of time, is how I think of. Is that like in the vibe here?
It's like how like we enter the place like underneath the nail on the chasm, and we like meet all these like old spirits, and like we learn about like everything that happened before. Like we literally had that cutscene, right? Like it's just like that.
Yeah.
They're preserved in there. Like those spirits are preserved in there, so they're able to impart all of those years of wisdom onto like the people that come after, like Mulani.
And I think this is the power of the ancient names and the relics, because that was the lead up into the conversation. It's like literally taking this knowledge and power and burning it for fuel, right? Am I making sense still? I'm like so lost in the sauce, guys. I'm so lost.
Well,
in the
we're
sauce.
like cooking while trying to talk about our cooking. It's not ready yet.
It's not ready. It's not ready, but it's going places.
It is going places. We're onto something right now. We are so onto something. Like it's not even funny.
Yeah. So. I'm sitting here just kind of like staring off into the distance, stroking my chin. I'm like, I need to think about this more, because like I was thinking about it, but I haven't had the time, no pun intended, to think about it more. But like, what if? Oh, I need to cook on that. Sorry guys, I need to cook on that.
Yeah, same. I think same. Like, I think we have made a sufficient breakthrough. Like, this was like an epiphany and a half.
Because why else would they spend like a 5 minutes talking about the shape of...
The shape of what?
Oh, sorry, the shape of time.
Easteroth, what are you doing?
Oh, and if Istroth is involved, then Venti has to be involved. And
So then how does this work with
Mayor
Malika?
Javari, Stanley has to be involved. Ooh.
Wait, so
Because
okay,
Malika is
burning
just...
the items. Those
think it's
items
just...
had personal connections to like people of the past that were probably frozen in that time period, right? Like you had like that like a sword that belonged to like an old warrior that should have been fighting in that like 500 years ago in the Cataclysm or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So like there's a connection to that space. And is that how Mavuika was able to punch through it with such force? Because she used the power of all of those items at once?
I mean, if you think about these items containing memory, and memories in the ley lines are interchangeable with elemental energy. Yes, like literally, it was literally fuel. It was literally a bunch of like oil ready to be set on fire. In my head, are we on the same page?
Yes.
If we aren't, that's okay. Because
no, we are.
I feel like I'm
no,
like
no, no, no,
all
no,
over
no.
the
We
place
are.
right now.
We are.
Okay.
I'm just like, what? Where do we go from here? That's my thing. Like,
I think if I might not have any good thoughts going forward, but I think my prediction for the next Archon quest is that they're going to hone in on this idea of memory being energy, but also time.
Well, it's literally energy. Okay, shout out to Raiden's second story quest. I was also talking about this while Deafened, but it might be some use to our brain rot here. So, do you remember how that quest started? Raiden's second story quest? It was
the puppet was breaking
The
down.
roots.
Yeah, so there were rift
and
wolves eating the local ley lines, and basically
there was
there was like a ley
wolves.
line leak where we saw like literal memories of the Cataclysm 500 years ago like leaking out and like playing before us, and like it was said that the rift wolves, like Raiden explained, the rift wolves were like on the front lines of the Abyss Order's attack on Tevat, and their job was to literally like eat through elemental energy. Like they just consume elemental energy, and that is in the ley lines. That is those memories. They were eating those memories, and Raiden had to fight the rift wolves to preserve the memories that were leaking and basically seal them up again. So literally the memories are elemental energy.
Yeah, so I'm still gonna bank on the fact that sorry, am I cutting out of it?
No, you're good. Now
okay,
you're good.
Yeah. So given that Mavuika was talking about like the nature of time, and if you think about it, then that means that like all energy past and future can exist. I think they're gonna touch on this. I at least touch on it. If it's not a big major theme, but I think they're going to talk about the accumulation of energy or something like that. Sorry, I'm like you losing brain power. I was
matter,
like so enthusiastic.
Like, okay, matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only change form.
Wait, like yeah, literally.
Same with energy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm like so excited now. I'm like I want to see where this quest goes.
I don't think there's anything else to say. I think we like kind of I don't know, you'd have to like really like analyze everything, like the world quests and everything to like figure out what else they're trying to tell us. But I'm pretty sure we're onto something with the comparison to the Eternal Oasis and the Chasm. Like, why else would the Night Kingdom look like the Chasm like that? And it has the Divine Nail. So does the Eternal Oasis. It's all connected. There you go. GG.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I might want to add to this is that in the live stream trailer for 5.1, they were talking about like paying the greatest price, like with Mavuika and Death. And I always think back to the Aranara, so Aranaga in one of the quests. So he said that death is just a one-time loss of memory. And this is echoed in Arlecchino's story quest, where she gives her little blood fire. I forget the name. Blood fire thing.
Yeah.
To erase the memories, so they basically die and are reborn. So I feel like I don't have any thoughts on this. I just feel like this is a thing that will be important. I don't have any predictions. I'm just pointing out things I know. If that makes sense. Does it make sense?
Mm.
I might be too lost.
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Someone in chat says that Mavuika might die in the sense that, like, it's like a bigger version for setting the items on fire to generate enough energy to destroy the abyss.
Well, yeah, I mean, she has an ancient name, right? And that's why she said she knows so much. Like, she's hiding. She isn't telling us, right? So she obviously has like a large accumulation of memories. So if she were to
Oh, you're cutting out a lot.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Okay, so Mavuika has an ancient name, and she says that's why she knows so much, because like I assume she has like the Pyro Archon ancient name.
Mm-hmm.
But if that were to burn, I feel like that would be way more intense and powerful than, I don't know, just a fishing rod or something.
Well, yeah, because especially like when an Archon like dies, they like fucking explode, like whole nuclear.
Yeah. So I feel like if they were to destroy her ancient name, that could basically release a lot of energy.
Again, I have to go back to like the cast burning. Like, is what's going to happen? Like, everyone who accepted the memories of their ancestors, are they in trouble? Are they in actual trouble?
That's a good question. I don't.
Because if you are you gonna burn those memories away as part of like the fuel?
That's a good question, because I feel like that would be my vibe check is that Mavuika would not want to sacrifice anyone else. But
That's
if they
what I
had
thought
to,
as well.
but if they had to for the to ensure the survival of humanity, like someone else might suggest. I don't know. I'm like at such a pit stop. I'm like not sure.
Well, I guess, yeah. I don't know if Kiryu or Owlet have anything to add on, but
Yeah,
like,
where are they? They've been silent. It's okay. They
I
That's fine.
didn't want to interrupt and started to have a
Oh,
little
no-
bit of an
oh.
anxiety attack.
Oh no, I'm so
oh,
sorry.
It's okay.
Oh,
I hope
if,
you're
if you
okay.
if you need a moment, that's fine. I can carry this. I'll just I mean, I feel bad for the chatters here who have to listen to me just ramble and scream about things. But if you need to take a moment, please do. It's fine. I got you. But yeah, there's so many interesting directions. So that's why I'm like, why can't it be a week and 2 days from now, or otherwise known as 9 days?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll find out.
Sorry,
when...
I'm around and listening, but I was trying to fix something and I spilled super glue all over myself. So.
Oh no.
How did you Hey Owl, how did you get yourself into such a sticky situation?
I'm
Wow.
blocking you.
I love how I
all
also
over
made
my
that
hands, Bea.
I literally made that same joke last week as well.
It's all over my
and
hands.
now I'm just laughing at Owl, who is like struggling. Owl, do you have like rubbing? Owl, if you have rubbing alcohol, you can get it off that way.
Yeah, okay, I have lots of alcohol. I'll be back.
Well, I meant rubbing alcohol, but I think regular alcohol should work okay too, right? So it seems like it's just us, Leah, but
It is though. I mean, we are 4.5 hours in, so I'm good to call it if like you feel like we've talked about everything sufficiently.
Yeah, we could wrap it up. If the others are cool with that. I didn't realize it was so late. Holy shit.
Yeah, I feel like we already said it earlier that like these ideas are like half baked and we have to like wait to cook on them some more. I feel like I need to do the world quest too to get a better understanding of like what's going on. Also, I feel like the tribal quests definitely have things. Like I know Milani's quest did, and I'm sure Kenichi's does as well, and we're gonna get some more in 5.1. So, but I feel like we are really onto something with that theory about like basically equating the Night Kingdom to the space underneath the chasm that is connected to the nail, and also the Eternal
Yeah.
Oasis. Like I feel like that is probably like that is some major cooking.
Yeah, the only major difference is that when you look at the nail in the Night Kingdom, like you still have these color swirls that are moving, and in the Eternal Oasis, everything is still, except for the puzzle. But otherwise, you still walk over the water, and you have these little drippy waves. I don't know, like, everything about this is like so like new, right? It just doesn't fit into like the classic like lines of thought I've been thinking. It's like, oh, I have to like learn all this new stuff.
Yeah, I really appreciate it though. Like Natlan's storytelling is just so unique, and it actually makes you like analyze things on a symbolic level, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think it's
Sorry,
like
I just
that.
spilled some. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, and someone in my chat said it makes sense when you put it that way to see how Mavlika's ability to go to the Night Kingdom is like by using her consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say everything like connects with like imagination and like traveling to like imaginary spaces. Kind of like it's literally like the Ordo book as well.
No, it really is, especially since like, this concept of traveling through a book, to enter a domain, it happened like what 3 times in Fontaine.
Wait,
So,
and then also Simulanka.
Oh, in Simulanka. Yes.
Wait, is that why the Wyok are like not really able to give blessings for people to leave Natlan that easily? Because they're in the Night Kingdom, right? And if the Night Kingdom was like removed from like Natlan's like physical space, or like that means the Wyok are also not really in Natlan, so it's kind of like they can't really protect you in Teyvat if they're not in Teyvat.
Maybe. I mean that checks out, but I don't have anything for or against that. So,
and parts of Natlan's ley lines are probably also, I mean, they have to be like captured in that area.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't know.
Thoughts are being thunk. Anyway, it's 11:30 p.m. and I'm very hungry.
I think